Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は436日目です。Wednesday 436. It's Wednesday again, and we have actually they announced three more additions for WaniKani. I think there are like 5 new kanji as well. Really refreshing to see that the WaniKani team is still continuing to maybe push for that N5 to N1 coverage of the characters. So we'll have 2 additional lessons today. Not sure if there is a new kanji today. There might be. It's more likely to be vocabulary. And today we're going to be leveling up to 42. So let's get into it. Let's try to keep it under 3, maybe 3 hours. So we start with our reviews first. Then we can lump all the lessons together. Okie dokie. Shouldn't be too bad. I saw that there may be 2 or 4 outside, but these are our most recent ones. Should be close. Quick.
Hayase.
Hayase. Kansen. Either. Kansen. 誠実。
ホタル。果樹。
Food free. Sorry. 石炭。石炭。蜜。Oops.
儀式。
虎。
高瀬。
瀬戸。Oh, 瀬戸. Yeah, man. I don't know about that one.
仁。
厳重。嘘。
艦隊。
Or the other way. 艦隊。畑。樹皮。
冬至。伺う。
自供する。
故郷。
故郷。
必
必
死。
死。
撤去。
犯す。
市
市
場。
場。
夏至。
炭鉱。炭鉱。炭鉱。
徹底。
徹底。
祝儀。
Oh. Susumu. Yoru.
徹する。
偽る。
拠
拠
点。
点。
炭
炭
素
素。
礼儀。
礼儀。誠意。
距離。
距離。
拳。
拳。田畑。
方位。
方位。
鉱
鉱
石
石。Oh, no. That's not right. Oops. 誠。ほうき。
放棄。
Oh, that was weird. Alright. ほうき。
潜む。
偽装。
潜水。偽
偽
造。
造。嘘つき。根
根拠。
拠。自義する。せ。
証拠。
証拠。証拠。Whoops. Physical education. Physical evidence.
葬儀。
措置
措置。
植樹。
植樹。航空母艦。Oops.
廃棄。
Right?
潜在
潜在意
意識。
識。
鉱山。
鉱山。
素地。
素地。
包
包
丁。
丁。侵害。 恋愛
撤回
進行
行
げんこつ中
中
世
世
徹夜
徹夜炭
炭
Oh no wait. What? Wait.
焼
焼
酎
酎
徹
徹
底
底
偽
偽うーん麦
麦畑
畑
仁義
侵入
工業
工業
至る
至る潜水艦Oops 軍
軍艦
艦
鉄鋼
こう謙
謙遜
遜
鉱
鉱
物
物儲かる潰れる Alright. Okie dokie. There's level 42. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, try to mentally switch gears for lessons. So I'll be right back. A quick bathroom break. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's get into our lessons for 42. Okay. Parallel. Yeah, parallel. I gotcha. What are the chances that this is gonna stay normal? Eiko?
平行
Eiko. Alright, fair enough. Nephew. Interesting. Life and man. Okay, no more is full of life than the little man you call your nephew. Alright, what could this be? You? Oh, oi. Oh yeah, that's right. We're thinking of Kunyomi here. Oi. Oi. Alright. Pretty unique. So we'll go with you. Oi. Fine. It? Alright. Sure. Noisy. Oh, this is the character. Is it? This is a casual but emphatic way to say someone or something is too noisy. It's often used in Japanese comedy and variety shows, so depending on the situation, there can be playful vibes. So you can also use it in a figurative way to describe someone who's being overly picky, fussy, or annoying. Yeah, so urusai.
やかましい
Oh no, yakamashi. It is yakamashi. Okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, yakamashi and urusai. I'm not even sure urusai is... Oh, sorry, the ending is... I was thinking it might be related to this, but... Yakamashi, I don't know how I'm gonna remember that though. Okay, so I guess we're gonna write something for
や
this.
かましい
What in the world? Wait, actually, does that work? No, that's not. Not for me. Okay, so what? We have Ken. Let's do this quick. Ken. Animals. Yeah. Not caught. So. And noisy. Hens animals in the ya was being so noisy that and be heard in the car by his hens. Okay. Yakamashi. Alright. Moving right along. A fight. Oh. Intriguing. Oh, is this coming from Coral? Okay, noisy and rowdy. Coral. Yeah, it's coming from Coral. Fun. So what do we got? Like,
喧嘩
Genka. Alright. Bustling. Bustling. Lively as opposed to like, Sec. What is the right? I had to cough. Nope, that didn't. What's the right? It was landslide, but nope. Maybe they're both landslides. No. Oh, ornament. Okay, yeah, that combination is not interesting. It's close enough, but it's not. All right. So shellfish and cause landslide because while they're bustling and lively. Not the greatest. Niki? As in like Nikiyaka. Okay. What is to be bustling? Interesting. All right. So what? Oh, man. I have no idea. Alright, it's the knee guillotine, it is. Alright, I got nothing. Let's just go with it.
平行
Oh.
Yakamashi.
Kenka
Oh, mochi is one used too. I don't know. Are there any? Oh, there are. Oh, senbei. It's still used in senbei. Okay. Or senbei. Okay. I guess we're just gonna go with mochi's mochi. Hachi. Alright. Overcome. Is certainly overcome. What could it look like? Ki? Oh, but it could be a kun. Even though you've old legs, you've overcome it. Koku? Koku, huh? I'm okay with Koku. Alright, cool. I think I'm okay with that. Arrival. Okay. Interesting, as opposed to... Elapse? Oh no, to arrive. Yeah, that's still arrive. The left side has something. It does have a read. I'm gonna say ki. Tall. Oh, it is tall, actually. This tall. I was thinking she and ki or chi. That's not good enough. Remember, the mall has a knife ready for your arrival. You arrive in. Oh, okay, fair enough. I think that's good. Good link. Right. Hachimitsu. Alright. Okay. This mochi got reinforced because it's in 5.
8
Hachimitsu.
Gotta make sure. What? What? Oh, it's just honey. Oh, okay, that's fine. But bee honey, okay. That's a way to get it straight because there's gonna be honeybee as well. Well, the more the merrier on that one. A pair, yeah, shuang. Actually, what could this be? To? Oh wait. I actually don't know. To and do, maybe. If you have one stool and another stool, you have a pair, yeah. So, okay. Alright. I'm okay with that. Ruins. Makes sense. With the high. So what? Haikyo. Alright. Melon. That's retroactive. Philosophy. As opposed to wisdom? Can we get a wisdom? No wisdom. Interesting. This wisdom. Yes. There's some sort of wiseness. Something going around is axe and put it into your mouth to express your philosophy. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Okay. Tetsu. Where can I see the Tetsu? Be like... We got fingers, axe, mouth. Let's see. New rat. Fingers around the axe. Man. Oh. Alright. I see where they were going with that. Right. This would just be sugoi. Okay. Alright. What?
Haikyo. Sugoi.
Okay. Takes a little bit. All right. What do we have? Why do I have one review? Oh, that's because of the timer. All right. So what do we have? 57. That makes 72. Reasonable. Going. Extremely gruesome. Extreme extinction? Oh, that's interesting. I haven't used Tetsu in a while. Pretty sure that's Tetsu. So extremely fierce or extreme, okay. Causing mass extinction. What do we have there? Seitetsu. Zetsu. Oh yeah, Zetsu, not Tetsu. Zetsu. Yes. Morning. How about loss? Is there loss? There isn't loss. Okay, I can kind of see it. This is very unique character, so my only reference is Sang. It could be anything. Son. Soul. I mean, I'll take it. Soul sounds right. Let's go. Well, it lines up, obviously. Insecticide, I see. So what do we got? Like, ooh, I don't know about that. What, Zai, Satsu? I only remember Mushi. Satsufusai.
Satchuzai.
Satchuzai. Okay. Alright. Because of shortening. Satchuzai. Okay, so then we're going with 2. There was always going to be an opportunity that this would be like a combination of like this thing and then this is a Zai, but these two things became something different. Okay, so we're using 2. Alright. Gotcha. Clothing. That makes sense. The 2 things put together. Yi Zhuang. Yi Zhuang Shi. Still Iso.
衣装
Isho. Oh, okay. Another meaning, another read. No, all the old timers looking paintings of Shogun. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Solid? Tien or firm? Kinda looks like kan. Oh, it went with kata. Okay, like katai. So this is the katai. Is that our only example? Okay. That's fine. Catapults are solid. Or cutting kata, solid and firm. Pretty locked in, actually. And I usually use cutter. Don't go back between cutter and catapult. Alright. Okay.
整絶
殺虫剤
How do you insecticide? I'm like, how do you do things to
衣装
Isho. Isho. Okay. Right to Alright. Fried rice makes sense. Gonna be like
チャーハ
chahan. 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 Ah, man, that just sounds weird.
チャーハン
ンチャー
Chahan. Yeah, chahan. It's special. I'm not sure if there's gonna be anything that use cha. But we know what it is, so this is an exception. It's one of those special exceptions. Fasten. Have I forgotten fasten? Oh no, I haven't. Include. Yeah, quo is weak. Very weak. Someone's finger touch your tongue and fasten it together. Does not have include. Katsu. That right hand is katsu. Fasten. Only one creature could use a finger to fasten your tongue like this. A cat. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Does not include. I can include work? Not really. Fasten. I think this one's gonna be tough. Very tough. I'm not even sure. I think I'm gonna write include. Obviously, could use tie, and then you can say tie up. When you tie up something, you are also summing up the stuff. Unite and fasten. Interesting, summing up. Alright, this one's kind of tough. Very tough. To rush into. got the gallop. Kakekomu. Ne?
駆け込む
Kakekomu. Makes sense to rush into. Gallop in. I wonder if they have trot. To start running. Ooh. Oh, that type of running. Fundamentally, this just describes the act of beginning to run, but it's often used to mean rush out of somewhere. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Rush out of somewhere. Okay. So then that would be dasu.
駆け出す
Kakedasu. Okay. Challenge. What? Challenge. No alternatives. Yeah, I figured it was select. Interesting. Challenge. Oh, yeah, that sound carries. In your fingers, you see a challenge. Wait. When your fingers move like that, you know it's an omen of a challenge. Sure. Alright. So there's no select, huh? No select. Interesting. Alright. I got you. Challenge it is. There's some tough ones. Definitely some pivots.
Chahan.
Chow fun. Chow fun. Or chow fun.
駆け込む駆け出す
How did they... I don't know what they decided. Okay. Wasn't paying attention too much. Alright. To run around. Okay, yeah. Mawaru? Mawaru. Right, so
駆け
kakemawa.
回る
Fair enough. Dig? Diggity dig? Yep, we got the dig. Yeah? Yeah, Jay. I've seen you before. This combination carries a sound. But what is the sound you say? It's not ko. Or is it ko? Could be kyo. You see fingers on a flag by the exit. Oh no. Oh no. No, the last one it was hori. Oh no, hori is a unyomi. What was hori's onyomi? I'm thinking of this left side is soil. Okay. Kutsu? Oh no. Okay, kutsu. Kutsu. Why is it? I could make it about shoes though. We could just convert kutsu to shoes. Might as well. Kutsu. I know that there's another one that uses kutsu and I don't remember. But I don't like kutsu. We're gonna maturate. We're gonna try to matriculate it from kuts to kutsu. So since it's a onyomi. Okay. So what do we see? Fingers, flag, and an exit, right? You have dig, and then you have kutsu. Point, finger, the flag, near the exit to dig. For the missing kutsu. Sure, it's good enough. Disobedient child. Yeah. Alright. Fuko. Right, fuko. So, fukosha.
不幸者
Oh, fukomono. Interesting. Ended up using the other read. Okay. Why you? It's fine. Lack of filial piety. Oh, that's interesting how to express that. Alright, I mean, that's fair. Putting shin in front as opposed to at the like behind.
親不孝
Oyafuko. Oh man, and it uses oya instead. So reading fuko, right? Then you add oya, yeah. So we're using the kunyomi. These are gonna be weird because of parentals or family members, and very important. Hoist. Young. Young. It could be a yo. It could be e. I'm gonna go with yo. It's probably yo. Dang you, Kun. Ah, man. Okay, I get it. I know why it's ah. Yeah. What? No, I don't know why it's ah. Actually, I have no idea why it's ah. What the heck? Wait, ageru. Is this the ageru with the voice race? Oh, okay, okay. It's everything. Okay, okay. It's the same ageru. I'm like, what is going on? It's fine. They're emphasizing deep fried, but agedashi. That's interesting that they're emphasizing the deep fried one. Dang. Okay. If you have fingers, it's easy to hoist things above your head. I'm using I usually use app. Or hoist an apple. Alright. I think I don't have to. So just go.
駆け回る
不幸者
Interesting. So in both cases, the kunyomi, it's two phrase. Hybrid. Child, children.
Oya fuko.
Okay. Portable phone. Oh yeah, we get to use right. Keitai. Yeah.
携帯電話
Right. Purification. Whoa, you look different. What are you close to? Usually this stroke right here is a little bit shorter. But I can kind of see why the type. I don't know. That looks so unique. Okay. Use simultaneous. I see the simultaneous jackhammer. Okay. Perform the purification ritual. Alright, so maybe Zai. Give me Zai or Sai. It's probably Zai or Sai. Okay, Sai. Sai bottom, Sai top, Sai. They're kind of double size. Okay. So the purification is supposed to help you forget your cyborg. Okay. Simultaneous jackhammers was operated by the cyborg for the purification thing. I have no idea where this is going. Hang on. I'm genuinely curious if this... Oh, it does exist. Oh, the top gets... Abstain? Jai. What the abstain? Purification? Is abstain one of these? Oh my goodness, it's not. Well, that's gonna be a little bit interesting. Got meaning divergence. So purification study? Then funeral play hall. Yeah, I'm not sure. This one's gonna be tough. Kinda to remember the side and the purification. Alright. State of the art. Most new. Oh, most cutting edge. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that they're emphasizing that this is the newest. That's true, but this is over here also means cutting edge. Yeah, so one could see as most cutting edge versus newest edge or sharp. That could affect the read though. Like 最新鋭 最新鋭
最新鋭
Okay. Alright. Sacrifice fly. Oh, are we still doing baseball? Yeah, and baseball is when you hit the ball in the air so the runner can tag up and move up at base, yeah. More baseball. That does say sacrifice fly though. What does that mean then? Gihi?
Gihi.
Hihi. Okay. How do I know it was he? No. They're just onyomis. They're fine. I don't know why. Okay. Hoang. No. Yes. No. Quan. Right? Or no, it could be... Ooh. Oh no, wait, not Quan. Zhang. 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 I don't see anything that would tell me what it would sound like. To your car, alright, to your car, you take an axe. The sun has broken your car for good this time, you think? Turns out though, that's not permanent. That temporary, you did make it permanent by taking, this one's kind of tough. Alright. Car axe sun temporary. Zan, I mean, I'm gonna take Zan for this. Where would that be coming from? Is there anything? No. I mean, I'll take Zan. Oh no, but Zan's. There are a couple of Zanzibars hanging around. Alright, fine. Got car, axe, gun, pepper. Okay. Temporary. That's a tough one.
最新鋭
Yeah. What? Okay. I guess state of the art. Oh, are you serious? State of art? Okay, okay. Yeah, I can kind of see. I can kind of see why omitting the might be a problem.
携帯電話
That's a long fat phrase for Keitai.
Gihi.
So far we've hit like a bunch of kanji that is also weak Hanzi. Like it holds up. They hold up in its complication. Opacity. Intriguing. Yeah. Not transparent. Or kind of, yeah, it's just not transparent. Like a degree of lack of transparency. So what is that?
不透明
Okay. Analysis. Yeah. C. T. Tree and axe. You can do some analysis. Yeah. E. So what does this kind of? It could be chi. Seki. What part in the world do I see this as a seki? I mean, trees are, yeah. Okay, seki, huh? The person who is doing this has is very seki. Sure. Either that or it's gonna be some sexy axe or tree. It's fine. Oh, interesting. This word is commonly written right, kana, but sometimes okay, yeah, in katakana or hiragana, you'll see that the kanji version pretty much often on packaging, yeah. And makes sense. Ramen. The la got extended, so la, right, ramen, right, la mian, right, la mian, and then ramen. Okay, fair enough. Oh, we got, so yeah, it's everyone's second favorite noodle dish. I disagree. I'm kidding. This is probably the vermicelli in English packaging, or like some kind of vermicelli. I'm pretty sure this is referring to rice noodles.
Soumen.
Yeah, somen. Pretty sure. Hold up. Yeah. Oh no, it's the wheat ones. Yeah, no, never mind. It's the wheat one, not the rice one. Okay. Is this nah? Honestly, ramen is probably not even number one for me. It's for me probably udon. Udon, probably. Or knife cut noodles. Or like I guess they would just call them dandan noodles. Something like that. Oh man. A hinge? As opposed to a frame? Intriguing. Is this gonna pivot to frame? In the tree district of town, you buy a tree product, including doors. With those doors, though, you always need hinges. Oh, goodness gracious. Hinge. This is probably be a kunyomi start. No. Sue. You what? Alright. We got tree district. So hinge. So Su and U went to tree district to buy hinges for your oh, this unit is getting wild.
不透明。
Oh man.
ラーメン。
Man. What? Oh wait, that's not right.
Soumen.
Just gonna stick with terminal here. Be well pickled. Oh hey, pickle came back. So are we still sticking with Skaru? Skaru. Okay, axis. What are the chances this is gonna be you? Can I get a U for 500 yen, please? A car works for one reason. Its wheels can spin on an axis. I kind of like that. Dang it! Jiku. Oh my gosh, Jiku. That's a rare one. We do not. Yeah, we're gonna split that up. Yep. All right. We have car, reason, taxis, what do we got? It's fine. I don't need axes. Okay. Dumpling. Oh, dumping, not dumpling. Dumping makes sense. The moment I saw abandon, I'm like, wait, what do you mean dumpling? Okay. Right. Throw and abandon. Throwing away. Formal word. Fair enough. Wait, how do we throw? Oh? Or is this gonna be like a combo? No. Something makes me want to say tall. Yeah. Tolgi. Tolki. Alright. Demand? Yeah. Sure. Need and request. Very similar to need and other requests. Like, Hatsuyo. No. Oh no. I lost it. Oh, Juyo. I'm thinking of Juyo. I guess this is Yose. Okay, that's okay. Say, I thought this might have been Ducky has shelf it. Okay. Yep. Okay. Pattern as opposed to it being handle. Yeah. Oh boy. Thing actually is a weak one. Now we have a division. What are examples for this? National character, personal character? Okay. Korean dynamite. Oh yeah, that's dynamite. It all boom, it blows, but doesn't do what you expect. Instead of blowing the tree up, it blasts a very beautiful pattern to. Okay. Can we get a nai? Of course it's kuno. Gara. Okay. Are all these gotta probably? These are all personal things. So kunigara, kunigara, and hitokara. Okay. Interesting. Well, that is different. Got tree. Item. Pattern. Okay. All right. Gotta, man. Okay. Man, chiku is onyomi. Can't spell. Oh. Oh, okay. Axis instead of an axle. Okay. Hold up. This good. Onyomi. Okay.
Toki.
Okay.
Tsukaru.
How is this to be well pickled? Okay. All right. Excuse me.
Yosei.
Filial piety. Okay, they added way or like basically a way. Way is probably the way to go about it. Showing devotion to parents, right? While it may feel kind of redundant, tends to be a little bit more common than interesting. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, yeah, it can be seen as adding parents to Koko. So,
Oyakoko.
Oyakoko. Dang it! Okay, it's always the kun. Alright, I got you. I got you. I'm feeling it. Overnight. Really? As opposed to... No, wait. Oh yeah, it is. Right? Is that not bois? It is. Maybe it has some sort of element of docking at some point. When you dock, you're technically staying overnight. Okay, so we got Tsunami and his white. Oh, brother. Haku? Haku? I don't know if I have another Haku. We have Haka. Oh, just kidding. Wait, is this? I thought these were supposed to be... Are you guys using Haku for this? Okay, I mean, I'll take it. I got you. Haku's fine. I walked up to the waistline staying overnight and decided doesn't like it, so it Haku up. Excuse me. One night stay, 2 night stay, lodging. Nope, it doesn't. Alright. Nothing dealing with boats. So far all the characters are rough. Okay. Alright. To begin to blow. Alright. I'm sensing. I got you. I got you.
吹き出す
Alright, and then we got
Kikomu.
Alright. I'm starting to feel the komu and the dasu stuff. A lagoon. Why do you look familiar and not familiar at the... Nope. Nope. Alright. A lagoon, huh? Tsunami crashes into the sun, breaking it in half and creating a different wing of the tsunami. Together, the wing crashes down and creates a lagoon. Oh. Just... Okay. Oh wait, I just realized this might actually be the first time this broken this is used. That's so interesting. Is this the only character that they have with a broken sun? Interesting. So far, anyway. Kata. Oh, okay. All right. I might actually use mortar here. It's the only mortar. mortar. Sense of. I just realized I could use mortar as like a binding agent for some time now, as opposed to thinking about it as something you crush something in. I'm gonna go with that. Mortar, wing. Okay.
吹き出
That's
す
it. I don't know how they're. I don't know how they phrased it. I was to begin to blow. Oops. Did this work? Man, these are gonna be so tough. Overnight. Oops.
親孝行
吹き込む
Right? To whistle? Okay, that interesting. Whistle with blow, or whistling and blowing. I think this might actually be different. Like, kuchi.
口笛を吹く
yeah, fue, kuchi bue. So, kuchi bue of fuku.
口笛を吹く
口笛を吹く
Kuchi bue of. Okay. Char. Yeah. Or burned. Okay, where that char. coming from. You took a turkey and tried to boil it. Of course you did. Charred it instead. Sure. You're staring sadly at the charred turkey when you suddenly sense the shogun looming behind you. Alright. Yeah, okay. And it still has focal point. Okay. What's the kunyomi call? Are you called too? I doubt it. Did it? Yikes. To dilute. Okay. What we got for dilute? That's not gonna work. Gotta be some.
薄める
Oh, but we do have usui. That's right. Yeah, usui and usumaru. Right. Was Aku, right? Okay. Escape? Yeah, we've seen a lot of escapes. Intransitive. This one's intransitive. Yeah, so what was this? This is to escape, transitive, and this is to miss. They're both different though.
逃れる
Nogareru, okay. So we're going off Nogasu. Hi. Oh, this is Nigeru.
逃れる
So we're going off Noganeru. Okay. Make up your mind. Alright. Example or model. Okay. Bamboo can be whittled into an example of anything. Car. Here's a snake. Okay. Making car. Okay. What could this be? Give me Han. Nice. Alright. Han it is. One last example for you. Now I'm gonna another example Hanzo. Okay. That's fine. Ah. No.
薄める
Tsuneru. I knew it was Han because Fun was the Chinese. It's kind of more like a 60-40. Shibue Shibue o fuku.
口笛を吹く
Shibue o Okay.
逃れる
Distract. Okay, distract. Let me think about this. Oh. Like disorderly or creating disorder. Yeah, disorderly. Interesting. Bun could be bun. It could end up being a verb, so they would start with kunyomi a lot of times. When take this thread and look at this part. Now look at this part in this. Fun. I'll take fun. Fun or bun, whichever. Fair enough. Vibrancy. The heck? Oh, I can kind of see it though. Vibrancy in the form of liveliness or filled with life vibrancy. What is that? Yakudo. Yakudo. No, yakudo. Yeah, dynamic movement, lively motion.
躍動
Yakudo. Bone, that's retroactive. Twist together. Oh, I kind of see that. This is a weak Hanzi. Tio, right? Tio to like intertwine. To entwine or intertwine. So twist together makes sense. Okay. Thread and vines alone are too weak to hold anything up, but if you twist them together, you get yo. Q. Dang it. As you twist together the thread and vines, you suddenly feel a lump. You look down and see a cucumber twisted into it. Okay. Together cucumber. I mean, cucumbers don't grow on vines, do they? Do they? Wait, let me see. I'm gonna be real. I haven't ever imagined looking at. Wait, come on. Where? Okay. Cucumber plant. You know what? They do. Man, I know nothing about botany. All right, I got you. Q will work here. To blow away. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Tobasu.
吹き飛ばす
Tobasu. All right. Kind of digging these compound verbs. It's like a built-in. It kind of reminds me of Chinese, like a built-in synergistic thing. Sorry, I have to cough. Okay, what was another way to express disorderly? Distract.
躍動
吹き飛ばす
I kind of like twist together more than intertwine. Rope? 2 ropes. What kind of rope is this? Hold up, wait. Hold up. Oh, that type of rope. I think this is gonna be more like a perimeter rope, but we'll see. So now, Oh, heckin' tuna. I mean, we used tuna once. See, possibly. Nope. I think we're gonna abandon the tuna thing. Oh wait, how does this? Ugh. It is rope. And then, ooh. Ugh. Okay. But it's only using snow. Okay. Okay. If you take a thread and wrap it up. Oh, that's right. That's hill. Got thread. Hill. Oh, we could make a pivot to down. Rope. I don't know how I feel about this. I guess. Save me. Oh, wait, did I skip something or just use room? That's not room. What is that? Residence. Shop. Okay. That's okay. Sure. Could be any of those things, actually. I did not see the rest. We just skipped 3 things, I think. I guess you? Wait. I should know this one. And somehow I don't. Heck. Oh wait, yeah. Wait. Oh, the Nigeru came back to let someone escape off of Ni. Yeah. Okay. I should know this because this is the in transit. What the? Wait. This is often about purposely letting someone go. Okay. So we have 2 pairs. Okay.
逃がす
Interesting. Okay. That's rough. This is the other thing that I skip over. Maybe why do I think that's Atsuka? Oh no, wait. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no, wait, that's Ski because of... Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's pass through. Okay, so it's using pass through to get ski. That is transparent. That's all. Oh wait, I do have Skedu. I do have Skedu. Skedu to be transparent. Or yeah, to be transparent, but this is the intransitive. Unlike Skedu, which is more for things that are partially transparent due to being thin or sheer, this one describes things that are totally transparent. Oh, sure, I see. Interesting.
Skitoru.
What? I don't remember this either. Is this net? It could be coal. It could also be what? One? Oh, Han. Oh. Yeah, this is net, but I didn't look at this. How many did I skip? Alright. Okay. Dry covered hill. Sure, you approach it and you see it's actually a huge net. Sure. And then it's created an obstacle to your mole. We do have mole. Okay. I'll take it. Seven. Liver? That's liver. Give me... It's either gonna be Gang or Kan. Oh no, wait. It could have Kunyomi, now that I think about it, because it's a body part. Oh no! They kept Kan. Alright, cool. I mean, I'll take it. Rapid progress? It doesn't seem so rapid to me. It just... Oh, I guess the leap gives it a little You might recall that... Yaku means rapid progress. But what sets them apart? Yakin emphasizes the subject's perspective as they advance at a rapid pace. The subject's perspective, where it conveys significant progress, it leads more neutrally.
Yakushin.
Yakushin, whoops. Alright. Lawn? I see. I see how that overlaps with grass. Oh no, yeah. Oh no. Actually, that lines up with sesame. Interesting. There are flowers. And Was that really hills? Where the heck is the hills? Wait. I have two hills? I just realized I have two hills. Huh. Huh. Okay. Front lawn, your lawn is pretty big. Okay. Can we get a key? Oh, wait, this is a place. Shiba. Interesting. Alright, I'll take it. Like what we can get. Wild as opposed to wasteland. Or desolate or something like that. Flowers find their death in a river over in the K. Ew. Oh, goodness gracious. Wild. Kunomi. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Flowers, death, river. Uh. Okay. Alright. Okay. Satellite. Oh, is this the closest thing to the mortar and pestle thing? I need an example. Yes. Oh no, it's not. This is Yao? Right? Yao, and no chanting? Wait. I'm supposed to know you too. I don't remember you. I recall something. No, I don't. Bladder. No. Chanting? All I can think about is nonchalant. No chanting. I don't Oh, okay, so it is a particular type of chanting. Okay. Oh my. Alright. Satellite. Are you gonna need to help me? Look at this radical. Oh, can you see it floating in space? Satellites can look like a lot of things, but can you see the antenna and reflectors? This kind of reminds me of a Death Star situation. I'll play along, but we're gonna put We're gonna place mortar and pestle. Well, that's rough. Okay. Sack? Oh. Are we gonna go straight to Fukuro? Okay, Fukuro, it's fine. Substitute for clothing. Oh, you keep substitute clothing sack. Okay. We're not gonna try to come up with something for all people. 1,000 people is everybody. Let me see.
万人
Anin, how dare you? All right. Anin. Wait, are you telling me that Whoops. Man is not a... Oh yeah, okay. Alright.
万人
Okay.
« 躍進
Oops.
Bannin.
Okay. I can't spell satellite. All right, and then we pick up that one review. What is this? What do you got with me? Whoops. Daiki is what?
« 唾液
All right. Cool. All right. So this level is very, very scary. I've cut so many corners. All right. So let's make sure we got your melon, got your bone. Oh, they wanted store or shop, and then satellite. So satellite is the most concerning. I think we're gonna be okay for those. All right. Wait, how many kanji are here? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 26, 30. I don't remember how 31. Okay, so they're pushing it by 1. I see how it is. Okay. Our definition first. Honestly, no idea. I wanted to write include. Or like, oh, is it fasten? It might be fasten. Yeah. There. Temporary. Temporary? Temp. I don't know. My English is gone to kaput. Morning. Solid. Oh, this is fasten. Dang. And I still have no idea what. No confidence on that at the moment. Challenge. Big. Wait, I thought this was challenge. What is this then? Oh, I think this is challenge. Uh-oh. Hold. No, this is definitely challenge. Hmm. Fingers. Alright, we're skipping that. Purification. Oh, heck. That's not temporary. This is temporary. Philosophy. Analysis. Hinge. Pattern. Overnight. Lagoon. Char. Example. Distract. Twist together. Net. Oh no, that's not net. Heck. Yeah, for now, net. Liver. Bond. Wild. Sack. Okay. Let's rope. This has something to do with kata. Oh no, wait, it's not. Oh. What about you? Something about... Yeah, this one I have no idea how I'm gonna get it to work. I remember this. Landslide. Shellfish. I was gonna do it about like something investing, not enough. There's ghee in it. Oh, this is, what would they call it? A bustling. Where are you? Those are definitely wings, right? Or is this supposed to be E? Yeah, this is lost for now. Alright, let's go over here. So this is knee. Plus guillotine. Mochi is mochi. Soul. I want to say it's Tokyo. Probably. Soul. Oh no, I have double soul. I think that's good. I think this is fine. Max. That's it. Is this soul too? Oh my gosh, I think I have too many souls. There might be one too many souls. Oh, one of them is... Oh, this is not soul. The most questionable one. This is Coke. Coke. Okay. Kata. Cutter. Fasten. At. Challenge. Chol. Kutsu. Do I know the read of this one? Maybe that can help. Nope. No dice still. Purification. Cyborg. Something about cookies. Oh, we have our Jesus plus cookies. Sexy. Hinge, Sue plus Ooh. You. Okay. Axis. Oh no, wait. I think Axis is Jesus plus cookie. And what the heck is this? Oh no. Wait, hold up. This is Jesus and cookies. Uh-oh. Wow, yeah. This set is crazy. Alright, so temporary. Something about like, oh, Zanzibar. Pattern. Look, not a crazy one. Ga. Gara is gara, so got plus ranch. Overnight. Pack. Lagoon. This cutter. Do I have two? I think I have two are Logan on fun cucumber something like two nacho mo on I'm gonna use apple plus ranch, plus or minus ranch. And it's just gonna be fukuro. Fukuro. Okay, so this one gone missing is hoist. Oh, yeah, finger is easy to hoist. You know, hoist an apple. I have two ahs too. Okay. All right. Hoist. Used my Chinese. Use apple. Okay, I know there's an error here somewhere. We're just gonna go with it, and we'll find out tomorrow where the errors are. I feel like there's at least one error. Let's go through them. I'll see which one feels whack. This one, niga. It's fine. As in like Nikiyaka. Not Nika. Niki. Nikki. It's fine. Nikki bustling. I think that's kunyomi. Mochi. I think that's kunyomi. Oku. Overcome. Oh, arrive. Actually, oh could be. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. Arrive. So, air. That's it. Yeah, philosophy works. So, morning. That, I think that's it. Right? Kata. Yomi. That's it. That's it. Fasten. Cho. Challenge. Kutsu. Dig. I think kutsu is onyomi. Oh boy. Ah and ara. No, just ah. That's probably kunyomi. Purification. Done. Temporary. Deki. Analysis. Su. Su could be kunyomi. It's not. Heck. Alright. Jiku. Jiku is onyomi for axis. And we got Gara. Kunyomi? Huh? That was an onyomi. My brain will explode. Haku. Overnight. That's kata is gamble. Okay, kunyomi. Show char on example. Soon. Distract. Q, yeah, Q. Twist together. Tana. Na rope. Mole net. Kan liver. Chiba. Lawn. I think Chiba could be a wild card now. Ah for wild. And then Ama or Ada. I'm gonna go with Kun. That's suspicious. Okay. And then Kuro. Okay. Well, another lesson day down. Level 41. Alright folks, that's a wrap for my WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, exchange ideas, keep each other mutually motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は77日目です。It is day 77. Just completed our WaniKani level up day. Today seems like a very short day. Could do something, but I think I'm gonna quickly finish up a review for Bunpro. I'll do another practice thing later down the road. Today, just do our, we have three. Oh, this is the naze, doshite, and nande stuff. So let's get in here.
どうして歩いていくんですか？野菜が嫌いなのはなぜですか？勇気はなんで寝ているの？
Okay. Let's do our vocabulary. Okay. Oops.
夫は赤ちゃんをあやすのが上手です。
あやすのが That's a 50-50.
私はお祭りの屋台で食べ物を買うのが好きだ。
Okay.
ウェブサイトに温泉からの景色が最高ですと書いてある。
Ooh, I'm gonna go with okay. Casual here. More casual.
このユニフォームはあの町の警官のです。
Rumbled. Oh.
さっきはここでも雷がゴロゴロとなりました。
この町の祭りよりあの町の祭りの方が規模が大きいです。
This would be a 50-50. It's kind of humorous because here there's some sort of politeness going on. Fine.
チューリップが咲いている。
彼女が言ったことは多分デタラメだ。
います? Maybe it's a 50-50.
この辺りにはたくさんの金持ちが住んでいます。
It's a 50-50. Oops. Wait.
「私のお兄さんは頭がいいけど優しくありません。
I don't know what I typed. I might have typed the all every time. Kore.
僕の母はブランドのバッグをコレクションしている。
だけど。Oh, wait. What? Okay. Doo-doo. Um. Hmm. Let's use a noun. Yeah, I thought I was using it. Oh wait. Yeah, I was using oh no wait.
会社に遅刻したけど怒られませんでした。
Toku nakaku. Hmm.
仕事を少しサボったけど疲れました。
陸上部の友達が私は100メートルを13秒で走ったと言った。
Oh wait, no. I think this is fine, right? Oh no, I'm not sure actually.
これらは
Okay.
コピー用の紙とインクです。
I don't think that works. Maybe like formal version here? Kata? I know, not kata. Formal version. Formal version. A polite way to identify anyone of an unknown. Maybe it's probably どなた。
どなたでも家に来てください。
先生、明日は体育があるので替えの T シャツを持ってきてください。
Alright. And that's all that's all they wrote. Well, how much time do we have? I guess we have some time. Let's look at reading practice. What happens when you look at reading practice? Below, you'll find graded reading practice that are divided by JOP. If you're learning via the default Bunpro grammar decks, only the grammar taught in each of their respective lessons will show up on each page. This ensures that whether you're doing... Okay, so these are graded, right? You're doing beginner or high-level practice, you'll encounter items that you have not learned yet. Want more reading practice? Try using the reading gram type. Okay. You know, let's go and check this out. See what it's like. Oh, intriguing. Oh, ooh, there are illustrations too. Aww, they're kind of charming. Show all translations. User furigana. What do you mean by user furigana? Oh, okay, yeah, that, okay. Highlight target grammar, I see. I kind of like highlighted target grammar. That's interesting. All right, and then what does read mean? Oh, that's awkward. Oh, okay, I see. Discuss. What is this? Volume, speed. Oh, I see. I can read all of these. So, これは私の本です。本です。これも私の本です。Okay, so what am I? Wait. これは私の本です。This is mine book. これも私の本です。This is also my book. Okay. これは田中先生の本です。Okay. これは田中先生の本。Oh, okay. So it's demonstrating the mo and the no possession. So no possession, and then topic marker, and also inclusive also, and then we have the des for the copula or the polite thing. これは山中先生の本ですか? Okay, so ka is the new one. Oh, and there are number footnotes. Wait, where's one at? Oh, one is up here. 本について、oh yeah, について、話す。について is about. So talking about books. Okay. これはあなたの本です。Right? And then これもあなたの本ですか? これはいい本です。Okay. これもいい本です。Okay. So now we have もいい and はいい. The いい as a modifier for good. And then もいい also good. Or like, yes, in this case, I think it's also good. Okay. All right. That's okay. Relatively. Tomu no shoukai. So Tom's introduction, right? So 私はトムです。私は学生です。それは私の友達です。私の友達の名前はケンタです。Oh no, I kind of just paused this and ケンタです。ケンタも学生です。Okay. それは田中先生です。田中先生は私の日本語を先生です。田中先生はいい先生です。Okay. So relatively the same stuff. Yes, all the same points. Okay. What do we have here? 家族の写真. So family photos. These doodles are really cute. So これは私の家族です。これは私の父です。父の名前はチモシー。Wait.
これは私の家族です。これは私の父です。父の名前はチモシーです。これは私の母。
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we might as well listen to it too, right? Why not?
母です。母の名前はジュリーです。これは私の兄です。兄の名前はロバートです。 これは私
私
で。
ですす。これは
これは私の妹です。
妹です。
妹の名前はレイチェルです。私の家族はいい家族です。
Okay. And then, is there anything new in all of these? No. Pretty similar. Pretty similar stuff. Interesting that they emphasize it because we're kind of in the early stages, I suppose. Okay. That's okay. We get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seems like a reasonable number. Okay, so what do we got? コンビニの商品 right? 商品について話す. So we're talking about the convenience store products, right? So we got テニンの10のKen. So this is the worker. Ken. I'm having trouble with it. Anyways. And then what is the other person's name? Takumi. Alright. So これはポテトチップスポテトチップスです。それもポテトチップスでそれもOkay, sorry. ポテトチップスは野菜です。あれもポテトチップスですか？ Okay. Okay. あれは Oh no. あれはカップラーメン。カップラーメンです。Okay. カップラーメンは美味しいです。あれはいいway? What is way? いい味 sorry, not 味です。Okay. コンビニの仕事は大変ですか？楽しいですか？いいえ。今日は暇です。いい仕事です。Okay. What do we have here? Topic markers. あれ、それ。Right. これ、それ、あれ。あれ、も。So we have も and いい and ですか? Okay. The standard stuff. 昼食. Wait, how does that work? 昼食. Okay. Oh no, oh yeah, that's right. 昼食. Yeah, 昼食の時間. So, lunchtime. Alright, let's just listen to this instead.
昼食の時間。これは僕のお弁当だ。それも僕のお弁当だ。僕のお弁当は大きい。僕は大食いだ。弁当は大切だ。あなたも大食いですか？あれはたかしのお弁当だ。たかしのお弁当は小さい。昼食はいい時間だ。お弁当作りは大変だ。
お弁当作りは大変だ。Okay. Same stuff. Only now they switched to casual, right? Now they added casual dot as opposed to des, right? And then they're continuing to use short sentences, right? You can probably convert this into later down the road, you can combine the two thoughts together. Probably that's how they would structure it. Pretty standard stuff. Boku. Right, we got some vocabulary words thrown in. Ashi. Yeah, it's crazy how well, not really crazy, but grammar, in my opinion, kind of takes up like half of the things. Oh, that's the last one. All right, like this is my bento or box lunch. That is also I don't know why that is also my box lunch. So this and that, right? This and that. And then my box lunch is big, right? My box lunch have okui oki it's just wait, hold up.
僕のお弁当は大きい。僕は大食いだ。
Oguida. I'm not familiar with ogui saying it this way, but okay, ogui, interesting. And then lunch is important, or bento box lunch is important. Yours, do you have ogui? Interesting. Lots of food, I guess, or big food. That's kind of interesting. And then arewa, right now they're talking about whose lunch it is, Takashi, right? And then Takashi's lunch is smaller, or I mean, it's a half of it. And then, you know, lunch is a very important time, or it's a good time, right? And lunch was made, it's hard to make lunch. Taihen. So like obento skuri wa taihen da, right? It's hard to make lunch. Or maybe it's important, or it could be a lot. Making is a lot. Okay. Wait, hold up. No, making bento is hard. Okay. I was thinking it could pivot to like making bento is a lot, as in serious stuff, as opposed to hard. Like serious business hard, not hard as in like boy howdy, I can't get this done. Anyways, all right, interesting. So then, okay, so then you have the marker. Intriguing. Man, you would need a lot of these lessons though. All right, that's a good exploration of that. So not as big. Wait, let me see if the volume changes. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so they have same amount of space. Let's go. Hang on. I'm looking at length. Ooh. Okay. Man, these things are these things are cute. All right, anyways. Actually, I kind of want to take a sneak peek at one. I see. All right. Cool. All right. I just wanted to take a peek. So length does vary. Does it vary? Like, oh, they even have different types of formats. Okay. Okay, cool. Obviously, early days. Now, where would I? Let me see. 게임을 する前に時間を決めておくて Okay. Okay, yeah. I can see N3 being Being where I'm about. Okay. That's a wrap for today for looking at this. I think reading practice will definitely have to reading practice is like a one and it's very, very similar to a one and done situation. So we might kind of like not use that to just as a refresher or something like that. And then we have these things which they're timed, so we'll probably do them in try out the JLPT however they format it in the next, probably after a week, right near the end of March. And then we would have looked at everything, and then I would try to summarize the stuff, or at least what my thoughts are, and then I will think about how I'm going to do that when we start N4, the N4 group in April, from April to June, Alright, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you can watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, talk, right, discuss, try to keep each other mutually motivated. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up again, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第430天。430. Day 430. We got 2 cherry-picked characters yesterday. Chill. Good looking. Rewrote the whole thing. Now it's about the sparks between barn guy, mistress, and Yen. We're gonna do value, reflected value, until the other piece. So it's actually reinforced by 2 gens, which is interesting. In my discovery yesterday. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
簇拥
簇拥. Cool cluster. That's a little bit weak. It's a new one. 簇拥. Yong is embrace. So I guess clustering around makes sense to cluster around. Gather around. Oh, I see. Cluster around. Oh, okay. Huh.
簇拥
Gather around.
旗帜
旗帜 double banners or flag banner. 旗帜 Here's the new one.
旗帜国徽
国徽 emblem is the new one. 徽
国徽辫子
辫子 okay.
辫子
Self-explanatory.
鸽子
鸽子 self-explanatory.
鸽子
Is on the weaker side. Okay.
簇拥鸽子国徽辫子旗帜
Alright. It's 5.
六床
六床 buildings. Chuang is kind of whack. See how long that
六
lasts.
床尾
Wait, oh boy, we are hitting up the characters. It looks like near the end, and we're getting to that point where pretty much it's all like the reverse. We have more than twice as many characters as vocabulary words. So we're in that deep now. This would be considered our accelerated phase. It's a lot earlier than I thought. I figured I had the rest of HSK, this group, but now we're having what? This is even more than yesterday. 2 characters more than yesterday. So yesterday was a 7-13 split. Today is a 6-14 split. Interesting. As opposed to the other way around, it's commonly 13 vocabulary words and then 7 characters, so 13-7 split. Wait. It does look like the other way for greats with Slender Man. Where is it? Okay. Latitude. Well, that's gonna be interesting. Walter White is in the basement of the basement of the beach house by the bay. That's a lot of alliteration. Where he is trying to determine his latitude. The product he wants to cook there in the basement can only be done at certain latitudes. He gets a tanned hide and wraps it around with silk. Go on. And pour sand over it. By looking at how the sand bounces off the silken tan hide, he determined latitude. The latitude is appropriate, so now he can prepare the good stuff in the sandy. Alright. I think that's reasonable, actually. 纬度 it's yeah, latitude 北纬 okay, I see. And then 南纬
尾脏
zhang does look like a zhang on the right, but just like any old zhang. Stolen goods, you know, this kind of reminds me of a J with the squire. Yeah, zhang for organ. Yeah, zhang. Okay, Zhang, let's see. Zelda's in front of the chapel, where she is looking over the stolen goods piled in front that she and the holy squire recently recovered for some quest. One of the stolen goods now recovered is a holy shellfish that will be shown. Alright. Or a bunch of shellfish. Zhang Wu. Okay, stolen goods. Makes sense. To divide the spoil. Interesting. Fenjiang. Fenjiang.
脏
Zhang. So Zhang. Okay. This is the whole thing, right?
攒
Dan. Zan. Ooh. Closer to what? Zhuang. Jin. 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 Yeah. I think. Or dig or drill. Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about Zhang for praise. Okay. Right. Alright. Accumulate. You know, most of these don't have vocabulary words, I imagine. Zelda's in the basement of the pawn shop where she comes across a strange caveman in the corner. Pawn shop? He has accumulated a pile of fingers and shellfish that he jealously stands near. When he sees Zelda, he rips off one of her fingers. Okay. Okay, Zelda is in the basement of the pawn shop, where she comes across caveman. Accumulated shellfish. Attempts to communicate him by pointing items for exchange with her fingers. The exchange, point it, pile shellfish, exchange for various second-hand goods. She has accumulated. Okay. Alright. Okay.
攒掺
Chan. Chan. That is one thick puppy right there. Okay. So. Okay, no mian. Dagger, mouth, and stacks. Maybe stack? Oh, okay. Well, this is gonna be rough. Charlie Brown's in front of the pawn shop where he finds a sick rabbit. Oh, lying on the patchy lawn. Charlie Brown takes by the arm the sick rabbit and led it to a stack of secondhand fingers that's near. As he takes by the arm the rabbit, he uses a dagger to skewer a finger and feed it into the mouth of the rabbit to help bring it back to life. Okay, back to health. Okay, hold up. We don't really need the fingers, but the stack of secondhand stuff. Okay, take by the arms, feed it through the mouth. Okay, that's fine. You know, being delicate with the fingers and. Okay.
Han,
All right.
六床，赞，尾，脏，掺，
Okay.
棒，
Bong. It does look like bong. It's another bong. Pound sterling. Also had pound. Wait, now I gotta make sure I'm differentiating pound and pound sterling stones. And then now sterling. Oh, okay, that actually works really well. Parsons is the bathroom of the chapel where he's trying to enter one of the stalls. Standing in front of him is a sea captain with a metal baton who refuses them to let him enter. Employed by the priest, the sea captain isn't the most loyal employee and asks Art for a pound sterling to ditch this gig. Art says he'll give him one if he starts working for him. The sea captain readily complies, throws his metal baton to the side, and oh, I mean, we're stealing and punishing. Okay, I think we're good. Ying bang. That's
棒，
all right.
尖，
Xian. Holy, what is the thing in the middle? Oh, it's a wow. We hadn't had a new component. Are you telling me, like, is this the only use? Oh no, there are multiple ones. Wow. A chain gang. All right, we have conga line of prisoners. The main difference is that they're chained to the ground and usually have a guard with a halberd. Kinda looks like a chain gang. Gotcha. Wow, it's been some time.
尖，
Alright, so we got chain gang and a skeleton. Boy howdy. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the pawn shop where he's being chased by chain gang of escaped convicts. He uses a special device to summon a bunch of skeletons to protect him pawn shop from being annihilated. Unfortunately, the skeletons are quite weak and get annihilated by chain gang in a matter of seconds. They're now broken bones scattered across. Okay. Or he summons a bunch of skeletons trying to restrain the chain gang, but instead he accidentally annihilates them. That's perfectly fine. 歼灭. Okay, 歼灭. Recently, yesterday, I got 虐 mixed up with 略, which is kind of lining up with 灭. 灭, 略, and 虐 kind of are somewhat special. Oh, yeah. All right. To completely annihilate. Okay. Sounds like a video game
尖，
terminology. How do you spell annihilate? Annihilate? Annihilate. Oh, there's an H. Annihilate. Oh, dang.
龙，
The more you know. Long. You do look like a long with a container on top. We're gonna have to rewrite this though. A hole. The other one is great. Oh, there, Mika. So Legos is inside the temple where he is transporting special mobile container of goods, of artifacts, to be stored away in the holes of holes in the ground below the hills of the great statue. Was it great or grand? Grand? Something like that. Grand statue of ancient alien foreman in the temple grounds. Okay. You got really behind on studying last few days and have a lot stack up that's due on Friday, so you're thinking maybe watching someone study will be motivation somehow, just lack of motivation. I see. Hopefully you start studying like now. Coolong. The heck? A den and a hole equals a hole. Alright. I guess it's that type of hole. Okay.
龙善
Done. That very much somewhat looks like Dang and a whole mess of other things. Let's go into this actually. Might wanna partition this. Yeah, so we have Jiang to look upward. That's the closest one. Jiang. And then we have Dan, which is the other close one with Moon. Where is Dan at? Where are you? How far back do you go? Oh, here it is. Done. For gallbladder. Yep, now is the right time to study. Nothing like the present. So, Shang. Okay. Am I able to use... Am I able to use that combination? Does that stand alone? Looking for a dagger. Dagger. Cliff. I don't think that's ever standalone. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a cliff with those things. So, hasn't ever stood alone. That's crazy. Alright. Shrek is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where there is a cliff made of shellfish. And fins. Great. I think we're gonna use legs probably there. That he is trying to support so it doesn't collapse all over the dirty tile floor. Okay, he runs around with rusty secondhand daggers, stabbing supporting fins in a weak spot of cliff to make it better. Okay, now we're just... Alright. Yeah, that sounds like good times. You can pace yourself. You start now, you get the chance to pace yourself. Okay. Shrek is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, where he had the pawn shop by the cliffside, where he has been hired to take care, hired for some shellfish, and instructed by words to use a dagger to support I don't know, to support prepping all the second and fish collected from the shores near the cliffs by cutting and washing all the fins in the bathroom. Okay, support is kind of rough here. And then what else supports on? We got Yang. Okay, Shangyang makes sense.
善
Okay. All right.
棒善龙尖
Oh, he's in front of the pawn shop. I don't have anything written in front of the pawn shop. That can be a little problematic. Oh, annihilate. There's a oh my okay, I'm never gonna spell annihilate.
急
G silent. Why do you look so familiar? How many uncles do we have? We have Jiao. Jiao was recent. And then we have Jiu, maternal uncle. Oh, I feel like I'm missing one. Nope. Oh no, we only have Jiao. Wait, what was maternal uncle? Jiu, what did Jiu use? Oh. Not Jiu as in rescue, but or Jiu as in at once. It uses man. Okay, so we only got Jiao to go off of. Okay. Silent. Well, that's certainly a concept. Okay. Make sure not to silence this by accident. We're not using dollhouse, so Uncle in dollhouse. So Jimmy is inside house, where he is trying to elaborate with his scientist uncle on making a special type of container that is entirely silent and soundproof for the storage of special specimen. Okay. All right. 一墨 Mo is alone, silent and lonely. Okay, I was thinking more for silent. 寂静, silent, quiet. Okay.
及你
你 to draft. Ooh, 你 that doesn't look like 你. It looks more like 一. And it's Neo again. Neo's scary. How many Neos do we have? Surprisingly, Neo has a lot more than the others, despite how difficult Neo. Alright, so we got some Zambonis and fingers, right? Draft, devise. Okay, Neo's in the basement of the house, stuck inside with a zombie. He drafts a plan to get rid of the zombie. He rips off his fingers and shoots it like a bullet through the zombie. Okay. Well, he could just use his fingers. He drafts a plan, right? So his plan is to use his fingers and his powers and just jab holes into the zombie. That's what we're gonna go with. Although draft is kind of lost. And basement is kind of lost too. I guess he devised a plan to study techniques to use with his fingers, I suppose. Oh boy. Shenni. Void plus draft? Oh man, we're really entering the rough ones. Okay, Ni Ding I can get behind. Virtual? That's interesting. Oh, like draft from a void? That could be... Okay, fine.
你涂
Ooh, smear. There is another smear. More. So two more or more two. More tool sounds kind of okay. Second harmonica. That looks more like a U than a tool, but there is soil. I don't think that harmonica is that many. Yeah. Oh, we do have root though. I totally forgot about root or route. I prefer route. Off the harmonica. But it can't be specifically off the harmonica because the harmonica is associated with so many. Actually, it's... Yeah. What is the harmonica alone? You? Dang you. And it's me? Holy... I'm not adopting that. Me is not gonna work. I'm gonna stick to the harmonica. Is inside the living room of the house where he is trapped under a huge mound of soil. Yep, Jerry sits on top of his head playing a harmonica and sprays Tom with a bunch of colorful paint. Then he has smeared on Tom. Even some of the paint has smeared onto the carpet as well. Okay. That's pretty good. That works. Oh, there it is. Oh, the other way around. Okay, two more. I thought maybe more tool sounds a little better, but two more. There it is. The other smear.
涂
I can't think of another smear.
宁
Ning? Oh my gosh, it's another zombie with another Neo. What is this nonsense? Congeal. Okay. Can ice congeal? Not really. Neo is inside the English Manor, alright. Where he is trying to make an anti-matrix zombie to help him in his fight. He has a strange substance that he applies ice to, making it slowly congeal. Oh, okay. The congealed substance slowly comes to life, turning into a zombie that Neo can control to take down Agent Smith, who's hiding there in the English Manor. Alright. We're gonna full send this. Let's go. Ooh, Neo Mo for gaze. Interesting. I wonder what Mo is. Mo. Not mo. Mo. No, yeah, just mo. Mo. Pupil. Eye pupil. Ninggu. Congeal and then harden, solidify. Wen Ning Gu. Mixed congeal dirt. Concrete. Nice.
宁音
You know all the people you know all the people used in HanziHero, like the characters from movies and all you know about most of them before starting? Oh, you mean like the initials? Yeah, I knew all about all of them. I didn't watch all of them. I made them all up though. Like what I mean is like I have an idea of all of them. So there isn't one that I don't know something about. There are very few things I don't know something about. That doesn't mean there was enough context to create the mnemonics. I just made them into archetypes. If you're talking about that. So like I pigeonholed them into an archetype that I want. Just because I don't know what SpongeBob... Like I don't really know how to characterize SpongeBob. I don't watch SpongeBob. But I can create what I think SpongeBob is. So like all the characters, I chose an archetype that doesn't overlap with them. So Matrix, like Neo, even if you don't know who Neo is, you can make up an archetype that doesn't overlap with the others. That was the idea. So like I've watched Xeno Warrior Princess, but if you try to describe Xeno Warrior Princess, it's gonna sound like Zelda. And then if you describe Link, it's gonna sound like Legolas. If you describe Dumbledore, it's gonna sound like Gandalf. If you describe Timmy Turner, it's gonna sound like Jimmy Neutron. So the idea is that you don't have to know anything about them to differentiate them. You commit to an archetype and then you differentiate them so that they don't become confusing. Like the way I describe Shrek, Hulk, and Bigfoot, all three of them are very similar. All three of them have a gentle giant archetype, but Shrek is a guard. He's like a nobility guard person. Hulk is a superhero, so he does some superhero brainier things. And then Bigfoot is trying to fit in because Bigfoot is not human, or like that's my archetype. And then a fourth gentle giant is Frankenstein, but Frankenstein is more acclimating, and Frankenstein overlaps with Pinocchio because Pinocchio is also an artificial, like non-human thing, but he's curious about humans. So, and then Tarzan is a pivot from Pinocchio and Frankenstein because Tarzan is an maladjusted human. So all of them have elements where they have 3 or 4 things, and because they have 3 or 4 things, they do not overlap with each other. If you stick with one thing and you assume it's one thing, then half of them are going to overlap with each other. And that's probably what I think most people end up having a problem with. They have a scaling problem. They stop differentiating. So whenever someone thinks of Dumbledore, they're going to complain about how it sounds like Gandalf because the one thing they remember is they're both wizards and they both cast magic. I'm like, yes, but how do you differentiate Gandalf and Dumbledore? I chose Dumbledore is typically someone who have apprentices. Gandalf does not. Gandalf is an unworldly like entity that lives beyond time and space and life, because of Lord of the Rings thing. And then Dumbledore is a instructor, so most of his stuff deals with teaching and whatnot. That's so you don't need to know, and I'm not saying that they're accurate to whatever the source material is. It's used for a mnemonic device. It's easier if you had something to start with, it's lazier if you have something to start with as well. It's easier and lazier. Usually easy and lazier means that it's probably less memorable unless you already have emotional attachments to them. So when it comes to mnemonic devices and it's this is provided, the idea is if you're someone who reads this mnemonic and you're like, I don't get it, it's not going to help me remember because I don't understand the stuff, then you're not creative enough to understand. That's like my direct response. Like if you're someone who sits there and says this either works or it doesn't, then you're someone who doesn't do deep level thinking. You choose to be provided with information and instead of working with the information. So that's kind of, it's a mixed bag. I think learning like this encourages someone to try to do that. So by the end, most of the successful people, right, like people who use, when you say you know all the people used in HanziHero, I'll phrase it like, besides that, the people who use HanziHero, who whether they know or use the people, they eventually, the ones that are successful would say, oh, well, you can always change it. And that's what they do. So instead of saying you can always change it, they simply say, I change it, so that it matches and it's a great place to start. And then you use it as an inspiration to expand upon it. That to me is what I mean by when someone has knowledge versus wisdom. So to me, I'm reading into your question, right? Reading your question. You're thinking of mnemonics, the people in HanziHero, as a source of knowledge. You're not thinking of it as a source of wisdom. So when it's knowledge, then you either know it or you don't, right? You know it or you don't. So it's either useful or it's not. And this is the problem, in my opinion, one of the problems, quote unquote, one of the short problems. And I want to emphasize it's a problem because people don't like it. It's not a problem if you're fine with it. So I'm fine with it, right? So it becomes a problem when you see the knowledge and it's either a yes or a no, and it's either ideal or not. And one of the litmus tests that I often think of is when someone tries to solve a problem. When they try to solve a problem, and they try their 1 to 2 methods, and if it doesn't work, then it's not their problem. What they will do then immediately is to see other people's solutions. And when they see other people's solutions, they would only look for the solutions that adhere to their 1 to 2 methods. And that's kind of what I think about this mnemonic device. So instead, in order to solve your problems, so like say you don't know what Yoshi is, you have no idea what Yoshi is. Then your goal is to go look for other people's solutions, so other people's info, and then hope that with that other info, that knowledge, you can go back to integrating it back to the same method that you've been using. So then you don't learn any new methods. You do not become more creative. You do not push yourself, right? And that's perfectly all right as long as you're not upset about it. So when someone gets upset, like, man, I'm not creative enough to create a new archetype out of Yoshi. Like, for example, if I didn't know that Yoshi was a dinosaur, right? So Yoshi is a dinosaur. But I don't know about Yoshi's relationship with Mario. I just know that Yoshi is often mentioned with Mario. And the dinosaur thing came from Super Mario Brothers live action movie. So I don't play any Mario games. Like, I've never owned a Nintendo product actually. Or actually, I lied. I've never owned a Mario product, but I have played Pokemon on the Game Boy. That's the Game Boy itself is a Nintendo product. Technically, Nintendo also collaborates with Game Freak, but the Pokemon game is Game Freak's IP. Anyways, or sort of. It's like both. So if it's not a dino, then Yoshi could easily just become a samurai. I could make Yoshi a samurai. And then I would build the archetype around the samurai. You don't have to know who Yoshi is. Yoshi is a placeholder, right? It's kind of like making art. When someone says a Birdman, what do you think of? I actually think of Hulk. Hulk, like girl, actually. Or like the movie that Keaton was in. There's a movie called Birdman that Michael Keaton was in, which was one of the original Batmans. So, you know, I could make an archetype of that. I think that's probably how I would answer that question if I had to read into it. Mnemonics require resonance. It requires deep level thinking or like some sort of tether. It's only the beginning for someone who needs to be literal about it. I think making mnemonics literal means that you're restrictive to it. So whenever you're looking for a solution to a problem, for example, like you can't remember what this is. So your solution is the problem and not the way you think. And this is what we come to understand. At least this is where I come to understand you. You think the problem is the solution, not the way you think. Oftentimes. So like math is difficult, for example. Not thinking the way you're doing it is difficult. Or not good enough. So that's kind of where the focus is, right? One is you're looking at results. So this is goal oriented. And then the other is looking at process oriented. How are you thinking about it that makes it difficult or not good enough? So here, the question is, are you looking at the results or are you looking at the way you're thinking? So Yoshi, if you say, I don't know this person, then that's info you're looking for. So you'll be looking for info. If I ask myself, what do I think Yoshi is? Well, it's a Japanese name, that's for sure. What else do I know that I could ascribe to Yoshi, right? And that means that I'm thinking about the process of collecting the information, not whether the information is accurate or not. That's probably a great place to try different things. I read a little too into it, but I think that's a much better response to what you're specifically asking, because I could just say yes, I knew all the people in HanziHero, but I don't think that's where you were going with that question. Because if I simply say yes, it doesn't really mean very much. It's like, oh, okay. That's not why I know all the characters, though. I legitimately do not know much about George Costanza, for example. You answered the follow-up questions you would have been curious about. Yeah, that's so like here. The silver lining here is that when you grow old, like when one gets older, right? You hope, like to me, when one gets older, you'll have more experiences, right? And those experiences should, grain of salt, should naturally, and again, I'm not sure for sure anymore because of the way the internet works, right? The internet, what the internet works is they keep you from getting different experiences. We're talking about different, the delta in different experiences. So if your experiences continue to stay the same, which can happen in the internet world, it continues to be the same, then this stuff does not become naturally intuitive. So it's to go back to your original question, it's I'm gonna bring back the chicken or the egg, right? Actually, maybe this is more like money. To make money, you need money situation, which is also the same analogy. To make money, if you need money, right? You need money to make money. To make money, you need money, and then you need money to make money, right? Like it goes back and forth, whichever one's first. So here, when you think about it, the only reason that I'm saying that I know all these characters or I can use these characters is because I know a lot of characters already. So like I spent a lot of my time looking at different things, like different archetypes over my life. I've watched a lot of movies, like TV shows, and that defeats this part, right? So just because I don't know what Yoshi is doesn't mean I don't know a lot of characters. So when I know a lot of characters, then it trivializes what the mnemonic is. Like it doesn't, Yoshi can be so many Yoshi. Like Yoshi could be standing for Yoshimitsu, Yoshimitsu, or Yoshimitsu, which is a character from Tekken, who happens to also be a robotic samurai. Yoshi could be Yoshitaka from a different show. So in a way, it kind of it is itself. So until you have more experiences, which you hope to have, then you can then create more experiences. So in order to make money, you need money. Or like if you need money, you have to make money. If you make money, if you want to make money, you need money to make it. At some point you're gonna have to start somewhere, which is kind of a cyclic argument. So here, in order to make these mnemonics easier, is to know more mnemonics. So if you are having problems remembering other people's mnemonics, you would need to know more mnemonics to remember more mnemonics. So in language, you need to know more vocabulary in order to understand more vocabulary. So you have to start somewhere, right? So new, right? And that's kind of the hard part. You have to start at some point. And here, I think it gets harder and harder to do these things the less and less experience you have. You can have a lot of info, and yet you cannot connect the info, right? It's difficult to connect the info. Now, you don't need to do this to solve all the problems in the world. Like, you don't have to actually do this to a great extent to solve problems and whatnot. It is one of the techniques you can use. And for myself, that's why writing things and creating things is something that I practice first, actually. I practice first before checking. So anytime someone asks me like, oh, aren't you concerned about the correct answer? It's like, yeah, I'll get to it at the end. Checking for the correct answer takes the least amount of time. So, and then, you know, someone will say, well, yeah, that's the point, right? You want to spend the least amount of time to get the correct answer. And I'm like, well, yeah, if you want to learn the least amount, you will learn the least by doing the fastest method. And somebody is, I might have triggered somebody online now. It's like, what do you mean? You would learn the fastest if you spend the least amount of time learning it. And it's like, well, this is assuming you learned the thing, that you successfully learned the thing in that amount of time, right? So when someone says like, oh, well, I learned 1,000 words every 5 seconds, 1 word every 5 seconds. It's like, that's great. So you learned 5 seconds worth of word for each word. Like, that's great. Now, when someone says, well, what does Yoshi mean? I'll give you 5 seconds to summarize what Yoshi is. I mean, it will take me way longer than 5 seconds to summarize Yoshi, but I can give you like 30 different 5-second bits about what Yoshi could be. And that's what I mean by optimization. When someone is optimized and you say like, oh, like I want to get through my, you know, right now, I want to get through my reviews as fast as possible, right? Know that there's an upper limit. The faster you go, the less you learn, or the less you integrate. You don't need it if you're not upset about it. So if you're reading a book and you're like, I don't get what's the big deal. How do people like interpret this book 40 different ways? I only see one way it can be interpreted. You must have only read it for that long. Like, in my opinion, right? Your experiences are limited. So when someone asks, how do you solve problem A, right? And you say, well, there's only one way, the best way to solve problem A. And that's what I mean. So you can easily test yourself. If you think you're going to solve a problem and your first inclination is that there's only one way to solve it, that's probably the fastest way, because if you only have to remember one way, that's the only way. And then when it doesn't work, then you have no other solutions left. And what happens is then you go and develop new solutions. Hopefully you go and develop new solutions. What I think most people on the internet do is they go and look to redefine their best solution. So what I mean is they minimize how well they're going to learn from this problem solving. And that's what we've spent the last couple of months talking about, Mika. Like, when you have a problem, your solution is to beef up the same problem. Oftentimes. Like, and it still can work, but it takes a long time. It takes a while. You expect rapid results. Well, rapid results often requires an incredibly avant-garde or like a further change in your solution. So like if Anki doesn't work and you're trying to say, I have a problem, I'll make Anki work better, it's still Anki. So you would have to work on this loop a very long time. You would need to iterate on this. That's what iteration is. It's slow and steady. Alternatively, the other way is you abandon Anki and you do something else. Now that comes with problems too. It means starting over, right? There is a middle ground here. You take what you got from Anki, you learn what you got from Anki, and you integrate it into something that is new. So now you have a mix of both. And that's usually where this comes in. Do you problem solve? If you problem solve, you would connect all the things that you have solved before with the new problems that you have. If you think that just because you don't know what Yoshi is, and that it ends there, then that's how recognition works. When someone is restricted to the info they know, then they can't solve anything beyond the info. You don't bring anything in. So hear me out. What did I do a long time ago? Around like day 100 to day 200 is when I refined all the archetypes. So every single character has a non-overlapping archetype. And I discovered for myself personally, if I have 4 key features of each character, there's going to be at least one key feature that doesn't overlap. And so far, that served me well. So for Yoshi, Yoshi's a dino. He's good. Chaotic. He's chaotic good. And he's tied with Mario. He's tied to Mario. So, dino, good, chaotic, Mario. These 4, all my mnemonics play off these 4 features in Yoshi's mnemonics. No other character in the list has these 4 qualities together. It's the minimal number of quality that I can do when I create a mnemonic that will never remind me. It will rarely ever remind me of something else. So now that's all I stick with. So it doesn't have to do with whatever, like, I don't know if Yoshi's good or chaotic. I know that, you know, there's stuff that you can use like Mario and then a dinosaur. I don't know their relationship. I don't know what Mario and Yoshi's relationship is. I just know that you can take information and then you can link them. So then when Mario shows up, which Mario is the other character, well, I could link them with Yoshi, but I don't have to. Mario is a plumber, which Mario really isn't a plumber. He looks like a plumber, right? And he's associated with Peach, which Peach is not even one of the characters. So Peach, and he's trying to impress Peach. Right? And he is an adventurer. Well, he solves mysterious problems, like paranormal problems. So this will never overlap with anything else. In fact, Peach alone, you might be saying something like, but isn't Peach good enough? If you make everything about Peach, no other character is gonna have Peach. Well, technically Yoshi has Peach too. It could be associated with Peach. That's not the point. You don't do the least amount because this is a lower limit problem. So I think to me, one of the things that hurts net people, in my opinion, I'm gonna call them net goobers. So younger net goobers, is that they think about the most optimized way to do something. That means the lowest effort and lowest amount of noise. So that means that what if I did it that way? What if I associate Mario with Peach? Okay, so you write a mnemonic, right? How restrictive is it going to be to constantly have to write something with Peach? There's not enough. You're going to encounter a scaling problem. And that's what I feel like most people have problems with. Net goobers have scaling problems. It's kind of like the way they solve problems. They pick one best method, and that is their ideal way of solving problems. One best method. That means it's a 1 point of failure. Because you only have enough effort, attention span, etc., however you want to rationalize it, enough time effort, attention span, interest, desire to only save enough time to remember one thing and practice one thing. Now, hear me out. That one best method could solve many problems. Like, it itself can be dynamic enough to solve many problems. When I think about this, it's like, that's good. You hope that the netgoobers have a method that covers a lot of things. That still does not change the idea that they only think of it as one thing. Because the moment that one thing breaks down, all of these things are irrelevant. So when someone says, how do you learn a language? Give me a one-stop shop tool, please. And when that one-stop shop tool goes away, they can't make any of the connections that make that one-stop shop tool work. Like, if I ask you to reproduce the one-stop tool, like, if you go and try to learn from what this tool does, like, for example, how would I recreate? If I wanted to recreate HanziHero, how would I do it? It would not look like this. There may be like 20% of it to 50% of it, because I've used it long enough where I have experiences beyond what this person has. That person, Kevin, also have experiences beyond what I have. So if they took my product, like if I made my product, they would also, if they're problem solvers and critical thinking, they would say the same thing. They would say, oh, I would only take like 20 to 50% of whatever this guy's done because I have experiences this guy does not have. And that's kind of what I mean by mnemonics. If you don't know any of this stuff, do something about it. If you choose to abandon this stuff, then there's nothing you can learn from it. Like, you don't have to learn anything from this. And I think for NetSpeak, for NetGoobers, it's easier to abandon than to make work. So, and it's a skill you don't necessarily need to have if someone always has the solution for you. So in the future, when you're learning something, if you're asking yourself, I'm looking for I want someone else to provide the answer and explain all this stuff to me, the greatest hope that you can have is that there's going to be someone who's going to be able to explain and solve the problems for you. And my only comment about that is, if you're happy with that, you can probably still make it work. I think the internet, like ChatGPT, all that stuff, you can live a happy life doing that. If you're unhappy and you're always wondering, like, why can't I create something? Or why can't I make stuff up? Why can't I talk to myself for 15 hours, writing things in my own head, and then sharing it with the world when no one else asked for it? That's probably the desire that some people want, but they don't practice the skills necessary for it. Kind of like being a content creator, for example. And if you're thinking, well, there are a lot of content creators that simply just iterate and copy other people's content, it's like, yeah, and they're probably happy about it. I'm specifically talking about someone who's upset about it. So like, oh man, I love this guy's content, so I'm gonna go and make my own version of this content, and then all of it is going to be very similar to that person. That's viable as long as the demand is necessary, like if the demand is there. So if you want to make art and your whole entire career is striving to be exactly like the artwork, you know, the artist that you like, that answers that question, right? Are you ever going to be like someone else? That's a philosophical question. For myself, I don't think another human being, I think another human being is always balanced with the two. Basically, you have some part of you, a sufficient part of you in the things you do in order to make it you, and it has to be enough. So whenever someone says like, I want to do artwork, I'm going to start by copying and being as good as this artwork, you know, like doing studies for hundreds of hours. At some point, if that is enough, then that's great. I don't believe that's true. Like in the human condition, I don't believe that's true. I think at some point when someone does someone else's work enough, they're going to have the desire, the innate desire to want to put some part of themselves in the product. So then they gain ownership of it. And to me, you might be thinking, so what does this have to do with the first question, dealing with HanziHero? If I spent 100% of my time memorizing everything that Kevin wrote here, or maybe even Phil, those are the two guys, wrote here, none of it would be me. So like most of this stuff, it has to be coincidence. And coincidence is like meh. Like, I don't want to sit here memorizing all their words. Like, personally. Like, not that their words aren't important. I want to transform this work. So, when I'm explaining Yoshi front English manner, I'm not explaining it with their words. I'm explaining it with my words and my context. They provided the inspiration for all of it. Same goes to Duolingo, same goes to WaniKani, and that's what makes it memorable. So if you're not putting things into your own words because you know their work well enough to do it, then you have no part of you in it. It's still good enough to remember things. I'm not saying it isn't. To me, it's dissatisfying. So whenever someone says, oh, when I go watch a movie, like, oh, you know, the movie was good. I mean, that's not, you know, it's not what I am interested in. That is what I mean by detachment. Well, when I think about a movie, it's an opportunity to gain an experience of which I can use. So whenever someone asks, like, so, I mean, you don't watch movies that you're not interested in, right? It's like, well, I watch movies for the sake of developing interest, not like it could be the other way around. You watch to be interested in something as opposed to watching it and like only doing something if it's interesting to you. That means you put zero effort, in my opinion. You put zero effort into understanding whether you can be interested in something or not. Like when you get a job, well, if it's your job, I hope that you have the capacity to be interested in it. Right? If you want to be successful, I like to think that you can develop interest in your success instead of waiting for success to happen to you, which is I have no idea what that is, by the way. I don't even know how people determine that. Like one day they just sit there and success slaps them in the face, and then that's how it works. I don't think success has ever 100% worked that way, where someone asks like, oh, how did you get good at explaining things? Oh, one day someone explained something to me and then it just magically happened. Like, and that's kind of how I explain things. I explain things exactly the way this person explains, and therefore I'm successful now. To me, that's how the internet works. That's how most net goobers think it works, in my opinion, personally. I can't understand that. I cannot understand how you can get to a point in your life where in order to be successful, is that you see someone do it and then you do exactly the same thing they do, or you hope that you can do exactly the same thing they do and you come up with the same results. Like, you might come up with similar results, like similar enough, but the chances of you and that person to replicate exactly the same way is almost as unlikely as even a biologist doing trials on a piece of bacteria which have all controlled variables, and still they can't reproduce identical results. So the odds of, now if we go back to Yoshi, the odds of sitting here and saying, oh, I know exactly what this person is talking about Yoshi, I don't. Like, what I mean is when Kevin is writing all of these things, I'm guessing, I'm presuming what he knows. I'm not saying that I know what he's intending, because at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is what I know with what he's telling me. When you used to use HanziHero, you renamed many of the people to gacha characters you liked, and you only did it for a month though. So the question is, did all those gacha, did you, so like, for example, you renamed to all the gacha characters, right? Okay, so you renamed all the gacha characters. Now, do you know how this functions? Right? So renaming the gacha characters does not tell me you understand what this functions as. Right? It's kind of like Anki. When we talk about Anki the last couple months, when you said that the flashcard had an answer, like say the answer is in English, say, or you have a character, right? Let's just say this character. What is the function of this character? Like, what does it do for you? You could rename it all you want. You could write Hulk, you can write Ying, you can write a context sentence, right? The idea is you could rewrite all these things, but what is the function? Like, what is it doing for you? And then you ask yourself, when you rename the game, like you rename the thing to the gacha game characters, do you have that information? So for me, when I quote unquote redo something, it's after I understood what its function is with relating to these things. Because I would have to redo everything that involves its function. Otherwise, you're exchanging something for another thing, but it doesn't serve, it didn't improve in its function. It's kind of like if you have apples and you decide to call them oranges. Okay. So now you're calling oranges apples. What is its function? Changing apples into oranges doesn't create any new function. You mainly did it so you wouldn't need to keep searching up people you don't know at all. But you don't know the gacha game, the gacha characters at all. Not enough to know this. Like, that didn't explain the function. Or, like, that explained your function. Sorry. That explained why you did it. I understand. You did it because it has to be a familiar character name. Okay, so now how does that help you with this? Like, how does it help you with mnemonics? Now that you have characters involved, right? Say, like, okay, so now you have a bunch of character names. Alright, that's no different from Yoshi, a bunch of characters that you don't know yet, right? Like it doesn't matter to me personally if you do not know the function. So even if you renamed your gacha characters, right, they still don't serve any function at the moment. You exchanged out one name for another name. If you told me that you changed, I'm not saying that you're not going to, but when you rename something, I guess you mean you also changed up all of the properties of the character. It makes the character more different for you so that the mnemonics were more unique compared to each other, but that's not tied to the characters, right? You didn't make up the unique things. That's what that's telling me. At least just because you name the things, each of the characters should already come with properties. And those properties have to occur in the function of the mnemonic. But to me, I think you struggled personally because you're still doing the same thing. You decided that these characters are going to be the names, and you have no function for them because there's no details you're using about those characters. Unless you're telling me you rewrote all the mnemonics to match your characters, and that would be not a renaming of the characters. It would be, well, it would be a renaming of the characters and more. It would be changing the function, like addressing the function of the characters. For example, we've done this before where you were like, you have ito on a card, and you would copy more info, and then you would add more info and more info. And then I keep asking you, right, when you're doing these, it's like, okay, so you're here again. What are you thinking about? And rarely do you ever say anything about any of the info you've added because you didn't remember any of the info. So you keep adding more and more info, but they are not part of the function of recalling the kanji. So when you change someone's name, it doesn't store any more information than it did before. Like I could call this guy Gacha if I wanted to, and that would be quote unquote renaming it, right? And then when I rename it, when you say that it helps you compare each one, like more unique, what are those things? Those are probably the most important things. And it should have been the first, in my opinion, that is where the function is. You have to make them unique. So did you do that? I'm gonna tell you now, like, if they're unique, that would more unique, it would assume that all the stuff is the same, right? Which they are not either. So I think I'm gonna try to summarize. I'm gonna try to put this in like a diagram. Your solution, for example, your solution is that the characters have to be more unique, right? That was your argument to renaming them. They have to be more different. These characters, you don't know them, right? If you don't know them, then everything that comes after is unique. Because you don't know any of them. So it's when you're saying that you're renaming the characters in order to make them unique, that doesn't answer the problem of the function of these characters. Because if you don't know these characters, they're all unique. Now, I'll try to... So why do they not feel unique? If you're viewing the world as 0 and 1s, as in you know them, and you don't, then yes, all the characters that you don't know are the same, right? Then you could argue that, okay, so these are the same because your only metric that you're measuring is whether you know them or you don't know them. Well, here's the catch. When you rename them to A, B, C, D from your game, now you know them. What's the function? They're still the same. They're literally still the same. Because now you have a column of, in my opinion, you have a column of people you know, of which you have a column of people you didn't know, and their function was that their name was something you do know and you don't know. Well, now you have a whole list of names you do know. Does that solve the problem of the mnemonic? It doesn't, because now you just have a bunch of characters that you think you know, but you didn't differentiate them. They're not unique to each other. In the mnemonic, it was hard to differentiate the mnemonic when you didn't know who the person was? Yes. But guess what? They all have mnemonics that were different. You just chose not to learn. Like, you literally chose not to learn that they're unique. You assume that if you don't know them, they're all the same. That's not true. All of them have different archetypes. Kevin literally wrote an archetype for them. What you're trying to do is you're trying to convert all of them into something that is the same. The same as in your knowledge. So that's good. Now you have to do another step, which I don't think you did. You have to make them unique to each other, because they belong to a column of you know. The only thing that makes Yoshi and George the same, at least in my opinion, in reality to you, is that they are people you don't know. Which, that doesn't mean they're not different. They're same because you don't know them, despite literally having mnemonics that make them different. It's laborious because it would require you to learn more things. So I agree with you if your goal was you change the name to save time from having to learn new characters that are not the same. They are not the same. They are this, like, to me, but they are the same to you because the only requirement for them to be the same is you don't know anything about them. Right? So now you've changed all of them to A, B, C, and D. Now you have to rewrite all of the mnemonics so that A, B, C, and D are all different. You haven't convinced me that A, B, C, and D are the same, are different yet. You've convinced me that you think that all of the things you don't know are the same, right? Because you don't know anything about them. So they're the same status. And then you change them to different names, but all the names are still names. They're not different. You would have to change every single mnemonic to represent how they're different. Otherwise, they're no more unique than the original list. And that's probably why, in my opinion, that despite changing all the names, it may still be difficult to remember them. They would need to be able to differentiate. You would need to be able to differentiate between all of them still, which is what the mnemonic was for. The function of the mnemonic was to make sure that these things are not the same. And your thought, right, your initial thought is, well, I don't know any of these characters, so that means that they're all the same. And what's on my screen is that with this character, this can't be the same. that's cognitive dissonance, in my opinion, personally. That is cognitive dissonance. Would the mnemonic not properly function if the characters were different? It would function not differently. And then insert the mnemonic that already exists. It would be able to function the same. So if you replace this, like your gotcha, right? If you replace this with A, it can function similarly. As in, it can function the same. That's literally my point. So, what happens when it functions the same? So, you replaced you replace Yoshi with your favorite gacha character, whatever the gacha character is. And if the rest of the mnemonic functions the same, what kind of results would you get? Right? You already had trouble thinking that Yoshi is not different. Right? You've already argued the mnemonic is red, and then you tried to associate the mnemonic with the CN. So what did you do? You did the same thing. So the function of your change didn't change anything. You literally still have to remember the same mnemonic attached to a character that you already know. Why not it be Yoshi? And then if you're wondering, like, okay, your argument is, well, it's not unique enough. What is not more unique than something you don't know? So, like, that is my, that's what you're assuming is true. I agree with you, actually. I agree with you on what you're doing. I don't agree with you with what the results are. Like, what is it that you're doing? Like, what is the results? So if you're saying that if you take Yoshi and replace it with your favorite gacha character, and then you still have to read the entire mnemonic and then associate it with your gacha character, then you're still doing all of the same work that didn't make Yoshi work in the first place. What others do, like, I'll give you an example of what it doesn't do. So someone changes this name to their favorite gacha character. Then all of these things no longer mean the same thing. It is this character that created a mnemonic that's unique to this character. So it's easier to remember because it's coming from the person. That's the basis of mnemonics. So if you're reading someone else's work and you're saying, oh, all their characters are the same, then you're still doing the same thing. You basically replaced the name and you're still going to struggle with thinking that they're different or they're the same, because either or, nothing has changed. It's the same. I agree with you. It functions the same. I think their thing is that they could associate a character with a face. They can, and that will gain you something. That's one of the functions. More work, but easier to remember a character whose face you know? That is one of the reasons. That's not the reason that Mika said, though. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate here. So I asked, what do you think the function is? So the function of changing the name was that they didn't know who Yoshi was, for example. Let's just say they didn't know who Yoshi is. They don't know. So you changed it to someone you do know. What is the function of that? And their function response was because it makes it more unique. Right? And then I try to explain, like from my perspective, because I don't know, I can't read their mind. What does that mean, more unique? So it would have to assume that a person is assuming that anything they don't know is the same thing, right? It's the same thing. Is Yoshi the same thing? It's not. It's not the same thing because it has a mnemonic, so it doesn't address that problem. And then I asked, okay, what do you think the function of changing A is? Well, if it's A, you're still going to associate this mnemonic with A. You haven't changed anything of the function. It will still be like 99% harder. Like, it will be the same workload. It will be a very similar workload. Now, you might be thinking then, but there's like a 5% chance it'll work, right? Or something like that. It's like, well, there's also a 95% chance it won't because it didn't work the first time. Changing the name and not understanding what the function of it is means that you repeat the same thing, only now you have a false sense of security that changing the name somehow helps with remembering something you didn't write and didn't think it was different in the first place. Like, for example, if you did not replace this name, you would still have to remember this entire mnemonic, which was still written to be different, but you still think it's the same. So then when you change the name, it is still the same. That's why you can replace it without changing anything about the mnemonic. You replace the name and you still kept this the same. That means nothing has changed. Like, nearly nothing has changed. The character, okay, you got a face, but now the character is doing everything it doesn't typically do in your forehead. So it might as well be Yoshi, not the new character that you assign. Because the character, it says something like, oh, it's a bird man flying away, and your favorite character is human, you're still gonna have to imagine your character turning into a bird and flying away. That is still new. It's not the same. It's still unique. So in my opinion, the function is that, yes, I agree with you, it functions similarly. So if you already failed the first time, changing the name is not going to change the function if you're assuming that it functions the same. You're trying to address your learning problem or improve your learning problem. So cosmetically changing the info doesn't change the process of improving how you're learning. That's the point that I'm trying to point out. You would have imagined if you, for example, did know who Yoshi was, you would already do the face association example, so then replacing it with a known character would do that again. I would have imagined if you, for example, so the person knows Yoshi, right? Would already do the face association, right? For the record, I don't associate anything to face, but let's just say face association. So this is info, right? And this info is static. Like, the face isn't going to change, right? This is info again. So you're associating it with info. And then, so then replacing it with a known character, right? When you do gacha, like a gacha character, it goes back to associating with the face and info. It's static. So you have changed nothing about the function of what it does. Where do you think the problem is? To me, what you have told me is the problem is the face. Okay, now you have changed the face. Now, instead of seeing Yoshi's face, you have seen the gacha character's face. Now you go and read this. Has it dramatically improved what your workload is? Do you think that the face, the info, had a great impact on needing to encode the rest of the mnemonic? Like functionally, like those changing, you're constantly focusing on the idea that there's a face association. I get that. So did it dramatically help you encode a mnemonic that is not unique to the character in any way? Like, for example, if I don't know I know what an apple is, right? But I don't know what an orange is. So instead, but I'm having problems. Let's just say I'm having problems with the apple, right? The apple does something a pineapple does. This is not what you're doing, by the way. I'm trying to illustrate a point in which changing the name can help. Changing the name can help in this way. So you're having problems with apple. You know what it says because the literal person, you know what it says because you can read, you can comprehend what they're trying to say about an apple. But you don't think of it as an apple. You think of it as a pineapple. Then what you can do, then what would happen is that pineapple serves as a function to make this mnemonic effective. You did not do that. You think that the identity of the apple and the orange is what will spawn the understanding of the mnemonic. That's hoping that the gacha makes you remember the details after better. Well, if you don't know Yoshi, the details after is still something you have to learn regardless. The reason why people change the mnemonic is they look at what the information is and see if, oh, hey, you know what? It's easier to remember like this because it reminds me of this character. It reminds me of this thing. It reminds me of this thing. That's mnemonics. You think it removed the need to research many characters in you? I just spent the last 3 hours explaining that all of these methods is to reduce research time. It doesn't even matter. You could make up things as you go. Like, because you don't know any of that stuff. Like, what I mean is you put in a gacha thing. What are you researching? The research is here. It's already here. If this stays Yoshi, the research is here. What are you researching? If you're telling me that you're using a gacha and you're rewriting all of this, then yes, you would save time on research. No, you're not researching the original character. The original character's research is right here. This is all you need to remember. It's right here. You are assuming that because you know something more about this gacha character, that you have to know other things about this character. The explainer is right here. This is all the information you need. But you're assuming that, oh, okay, well, I know more about this character. I don't know more about this character, so I can't possibly learn the same thing. I would need the same amount of information about Yoshi in order to know the same amount as gacha
gacha character A. That's not true. They don't have the same information. And what's even more cognitively dissonant is you think that just because you know more information about gacha A and then you're reading a mnemonic that you didn't come up with, and that's less research. That's the same amount of research. Like, you're literally remembering the same amount of information. At least that's, like, if none of that makes sense, that's perfectly all right. But I would believe you that you're doing less research if you actually used information that you had to research. Like, for example, if you did gacha A, whatever gacha A character is, and you're comparing it to Yoshi, and you're making a mnemonic. You're making a mnemonic, right? From scratch, from things you know, then you actually save time. But if you're replacing this name and you're reading the rest of this, the amount of research is the same. Because you're responsible for knowing this information attached to both your things. Now, coincidentally, there is a chance that these mnemonics will be in your lexicon. And that's what most people do. But you didn't tell me that's why you're choosing to do that. Like, for example, what's another way to do this? If this is the research, you can change this character to a character that you know that already does this. Then you don't need to research this anymore because they already do it. You already know they do it. So, like, what does this sound like? If it sounds like one of your characters, then you can assign that character, then you won't have to do any research. No research involved. Here's my biggest gripe about what you're saying. You think that knowing something, like you know a lot about gacha A, and somehow not knowing a lot about Yoshi, for example, means that whatever this value of this information is greater than this. It's not if it's irrelevant. You can remember the entire phone book. And if the thing you're doing has nothing to do with the phone book, that information has nothing to do with the input of the research. So now, here's a counter argument to my argument. So I'm going to counter argue myself, right? Say I have a character that I know whatever this arbitrary 1,000 units are. And then I need to learn a new character that I know 0 units. The counter argument to what I just said was I could argue, okay, well, whenever I read a new mnemonic, right? This mnemonic here, and it has 100 units. There's a better chance with a character that I know that of this 1,000 units, it might show up in the 100 units. Because if I don't know anything about a character, there's no chance that that would happen. And that is a fair argument. I did not get the impression that's why you changed the name. Because, in my opinion, if you did change it for that reason, the function of the name change, to me, if you change the name, is that the chances are the mnemonic will be related to the character. Then you don't have to do more research. Like, because it's already there. Like, for example, if this said something about fighting evil, right? Fighting, I don't know, fighting evil artifacts. By coincidence. By coincidence, Kevin wrote, oh, this person is gathering crystals and fighting artifact evils and, you know, collaborating with other waifus, and then it reminded you of the character. Then you are gaining research. You are gaining research. As in, you don't have to research that because you already know. Right? So I agree with that. That would be a great counter argument of changing someone's name. There's a higher chance that when Kevin writes something, it will fit better with the character you already know. And a lot of people do this to improve mnemonics. When they think about it, it's like, oh, you know, this doesn't remind me of Yoshi because I don't know who Yoshi is. But you know what? This kind of reminds me of Hawkeye. Okay, let's use Hawkeye now in order to fit in all this. It kind of feels like most of the stuff that he's describing about Yoshi reminds me of Hawkeye. So now I will use Hawkeye because whenever Yoshi comes up, it's like, I have no idea what Yoshi does. But I do know what Hawkeye does. And if you're wondering how do you know if it functions the same? In the future, whenever you think of Hawkeye, you'll think of Yoshi. Because now you have two things. You know who you replaced, and you know what is associated. So it's only one extra step. So when you're remembering Gacha character A, you'll know what it was replacing. And this is called association. So that whole thing about you talking about facial association and stuff, right? You can associate it with an extra step too. So how do I remember Yoshi? Well, I remember Yoshi through another character. And the reason why that would be easier is because then you don't have to know what Yoshi is. You simply need to know the character that you originally had. Then you already know something about Yoshi. Yoshi do all these things. So does your character. And what does that mean? The workload is the same. If all of this stuff is new. If it's not new, then the character is working. And the only reason I'm raising this is now you can find a way to evaluate how good your character is. Because I already mentioned, how are you going to know what the function is? Like, how do you know that what you're doing is helping you? It's improving your performance, right? So you have to be able to evaluate if your character is good. You're really struggling to explain. The name changes is supposed to increase familiarity and start with the personality of them, so then the rest of the mnemonic could be linked with that character. And I find it hard to imagine a scenario given when I didn't even know who the original character was. They just sort of blend together mentally and felt all the same. I didn't know anything about the original characters, so then it was hard to imagine a scenario. This isn't that well explained. No, I know exactly what you're talking about, but you're clearly not trying to listen to me, right? You think that when you don't know something, right, they're all the same. Because they all blur together, right? They're all the same. Because if you don't know anything, they're all the same. So what you do is you replace them with someone you do know. So then the name itself becomes unique. So now you have multiple names. They're all unique. They're more familiar, right? They're all unique. They're all familiar. But then you read the rest of the mnemonic and you're relying on chance. You're relying on chance that the mnemonic can be linked to your characters because they're easier, they're more familiar. That's what's happening. And I agree with you. That's what you're doing. What I asked was, what is the function of that? So like, what is the function of replacing the name? And your focus is that they're unique to each other. Like there's more familiarity with them that's unique to each other. I get that. Does that help you with remembering a mnemonic that you're not familiar with? Well, there's a chance you might be familiar with it. And that's how you're going to evaluate if it works. So for example, gotcha A, like if you put gotcha A in here, if it doesn't work most of the time, then it functions very similarly to Yoshi. You might as well know nothing about that character. A way to guarantee this to work is that you would rewrite the mnemonics in the image of all your gacha archetypes so that they're guaranteed to be linkable. Because if you're relying on the chance that this is linkable and you already had a problem with a blank slate, it can be very difficult. It can be easily as more difficult than it is not. Like here's an example. You're saying that Gacha A has very familiar characteristics, right? Oh, so I mean write out a new similar mnemonic that relates more to the new character? Yeah, because you don't have to do the research, right? Like your new character, you don't have research. You don't need research. Now, you only need to write new mnemonics when it's not useful. That's what most people do, in my opinion, that are successful. When you read this, right? And you're saying like, well, this still doesn't relate to gotcha character A. Then you don't need to do research anymore. You can reword this. You can reword this and move on. And then sometimes there's a chance, right? Sometimes there's a chance the mnemonic is exactly the if it did, like say it does help you remember, right? It does help you remember. There's a chance. The chance is going to be less than 100%, right? It's most definitely going to be less than 100%. So in those things, don't change anything. You don't have to change anything. The research is already done for you. The idea is the frequency of you doing this is telling you how good your characters are. And when you ask me, how do I remember what Yoshi is? It's not because I know what Yoshi is. Like, I know something about Yoshi and something I don't know about Yoshi. But the function of Yoshi is that it has to remind me of what comes after. So if it doesn't, I change it. I change it to something I don't need to research. And after doing this for several days, I understand what is the reasonable qualities that allow me to get 99% of the time. And that means that I rewrite the things I know I need to rewrite, and I don't need to rewrite the things I don't need to rewrite. So like whenever I'm doing these lessons, which I've been doing just now, whenever you see me hit like a box, I hear like, okay, all right, now I'm going to rewrite this, right? Like because it doesn't flow very well. And then when it does, I'm like, okay, I'm okay with this. You got me, right? So like the last one, let's see if I wrote something for the last one. I didn't write anything for the last one. So the last one was fine. I was okay with this one too. I was okay with this one. So I rewrote this one. So Jimmy, right? Jimmy, to me, it didn't matter who the character was because I made the character whatever character I want. So basically, like, Jimmy could stand for anything. Right now, what Jimmy really is he's pretty much Rick from Rick and Morty, but I'm just calling him Jimmy. So, like, I don't even need to change the name. You don't have to change the name. If it helps, you can change the name, right? So, like, if I hear Jimmy, I think of Rick's face, right? So I could change all of Rick if you want. But instead, I rewrote what Jimmy is. In fact, I rewrote some of the radicals. So this radical is dollhouse. This is supposed to represent dollhouse. And over many iterations, every time Kevin mentions a dollhouse, it actually reminds me of a container. So I replaced it with container. I remember it's a dollhouse because I replaced it with a container. That's how it's so, like, that's what the association works. So Jimmy is inside the house, right? I don't say Jimmy Neutron. Sometimes I just write G. Jimmy is inside the house where he's trying to collaborate with his scientist father, uncle, right? His scientist uncle. This still can be describing like Rick or Morty, for example. It could be describing characters from Rick and Morty because I watch Rick and Morty. Making a special container. The container is the dollhouse. I don't care for the dollhouse, but I will remember the dollhouse because I replaced it with container, right? That is entire, that is silent and soundproof for storage of special specimens. Because the only archetype that I need to remember about Jimmy Neutron and Rick and Morty is that they're scientists. That's it. And then that they do shenanigans by like capturing things. So I don't have to do any more research. There's no research involved. The research is here. You're supposed to try to remember this. So instead, I remember this because it didn't line up very well. Now, the idea is, how do you improve on your characters? So why didn't I write anything for this where it's Neo and, you know, it deals with zombies and fingers? Is you will make the argument, right? You will make the argument, well, if I know Neo, this should be okay. Neo doesn't fight zombies. And Neo doesn't draft plans, by the way. And also Neo doesn't use his fingers for this thing. So how could I possibly... how could my research... Like, how could my existing research help me with this mnemonic if Neo doesn't do any of these things? And for the record, I skipped it. As in, I got this to work. Yeah, I always rewrite some of them. Yeah. I rewrite some of them because they're too far away. But hear me out. I'm trying to demonstrate that research is not only the end all be all. I know a lot about Neo. I love the Matrix, right? Like, I really love the concept of Matrix. So we know a lot of Neo. I already mentioned Neo before, you know, like that whole bullet time and cinematography thing. So I know a lot about Neo, but Neo doesn't do any of this here. All of this stuff he doesn't do. So why am I okay with this? Because if you're saying like, oh, I know a lot about this character, so it'll help me. Sometimes it can make it harder. If you want a great example of thinking that, always assuming that if you have more information, it makes things easier, think about English, then think about learning Japanese. And then think about every time you think you know more English, does it always mean that Japanese is easier to learn? There's a thing called interference, right? And interference happens when it comes to contrast, difference, and similarities. So there is no guarantee when you operate on a logical scale that you think that when you know you're more familiar with something, that it will guarantee that the thing you're learning will be harder or easier. What can guarantee that it become easier to remember is how you use it, like how you understand it will trigger your memory, right? Now you can still combine all these. So for this, the only reason I know this works is because Neo, I decided way back, I need to be more general. How do I be more general so that it applies to most of these mnemonics? But how do I be general enough that Neo is not like the other characters? Well, if you Google, like, do research, right? If you're doing research, well, Neo is a man. Okay, how many men do I have in my characters? Well, I have a lot of men. All right, well, Neo does matrixy stuff. Okay, but this stuff has nothing to do with the Matrix. And then that's what Kevin is trying to do. Kevin's like, oh, he's using the power of the Matrix. So now my first thought is, okay, well, I don't know anything about Neo, but Kevin makes this Neo guy sound like he has powers of the Matrix. I don't know what the Matrix is, but it makes him sound like he's a superhero. So, all right, we'll make Neo a superhero. So now, whatever he describes, if you think about all the mnemonics that Neo have, he's usually doing something. So you're wondering, like, oh, are you doing more research? You're doing the research on Kevin's research. So like he always is trying to escape somewhere. So here are the key words for Kevin. So no additional research, as in, like, if you pick your favorite gacha character and ask yourself, which character always is on the run? From Agent Smith, deal something with powers in the Matrix, right? And have fantastical feats of, like, manipulation. I don't know, like fighting, lots of fighting, right? So then you can choose a character, you can choose a gacha character that does a lot of running from some guy named Agent Smith, who has powers from some weird place called Matrix, and then they do a lot of fighting. So you can replace the gacha, you can use a gacha character that fills these archetypes, because Neo's function is this, according to Kevin. According to Kevin, this is some of the functions of Neo. Did you do more research? You did not. You're still reading the mnemonic and attaching it to Neo. So like the characters, like, for example, George Costanza. I don't watch Seinfeld. I know that he's in Seinfeld, but I didn't get any information from outside. Kevin had 4 things that he constantly described. George is clumsy. He's kind of a loser. He likes chasing after women. And he's an average human being. He's an average Joe. No additional research. This is what Kevin wrote consistently. So when you're thinking about, like, okay, well, I got to do more research on these characters, right? Because if I don't know something beforehand, there's no way I can understand the current thing. Like, well, my first inclination is you read things with a filter and you think that they're not different because you don't know anything. But you don't know anything because you assume there's nothing to be known in the mnemonic. Kevin already has an archetype for George Costanza. I didn't have to go and watch, like, hundreds of episodes of Seinfeld to know what George is. Because if you think about the characters, none of them are clumsy, loser, chasing women, and average Joe. Like, none of them. None of the characters. Because instead of treating Kevin like a buffoon, who makes everything like obtuse and really difficult, we have to remember that Kevin and Phil are human beings. So they have written archetypes. When you are replacing someone with a gacha character, you are replacing it with an archetype. So you're hoping that whenever you choose a character, you're trying to rewrite less, right? You're trying to have to rewrite less so that your research gives you more value, which is what I agree with. Like, I understand what you're trying to do. You're picking a character and you're hoping that there's less research because most of the characters can do these things, right? You're hoping that when you change it to a character that you know, you can imagine them doing these things. Or if you can't, you rewrite them. That's great. Now, does that mean that when you change the character, it's going to guarantee that you improve on remembering the mnemonics? No, it's not. It might actually make it even harder. There's a chance you could pick a character that doesn't do anything that Yoshi does. So when you're doing research, the research is not only outside of HanziHero, right? Like, what I mean is the way you talk about how this is going to be better for you is that Kevin is telling you, oh, hey, yeah, you should go and research Yoshi before you use this skill. And yeah, some people do it that way. I totally agree. Like, the first inclination is, man, if you don't know anything about this, then you should go and research those characters. Or you can save your time and replace it with a character that you know. All right? Then what else is connected with them? So what else is Kevin writing and doing that functions with the characters? And if you make a presumption, like if you're assuming, right, which is the next assumption you make, Mika, the next assumption you're making is, well, it's the same, right? Like, if you replace Yoshi with my character, then the rest of the mnemonic pretty much functions the same way, right? And I was being subtle about it. I was asking, does it function the same way? And then you described it in a way it functions that is the same. So my question to you is, if it functions the same, are you going to encounter the same problems? I don't know the answer to that, because there is a great chance, right? There's a coincidence. There's a chance that the character you picked is like Yoshi and all of it suddenly lines up really well. So the goal is, a lot of times when people want to change mnemonics in order to take advantage of the research, is they pay attention to what the patterns are. And then they replace it with something that they don't have to do research for. So oftentimes it's kind of like if you pick apple, and then later on you find out we need vegetables. Alternatively, you can look at what they have done. So you use something long enough, right? You use HanziHero long enough and you realize, wait, most of these things remind me of vegetables, but they keep calling it an apple. Why don't I just call it a celery? I mean, it reminds me of celery. They're just basically describing vegetables. So I'm gonna pick celery. So what happens is you're using the mnemonics so you don't have to rewrite too many mnemonics. And that's what I did. The only way I know what Neo is to Kevin, like Kevin's definition of Neo and Phil's definition of Neo, is that I know what their patterns are. So he's going to describe it a bunch of times and he constantly describes certain things. And then I change all the things that I don't need to do research anymore. So for example, fighting zombies using your fingers, for example, and drafting plans. Honestly, that kind of just sounds like Rick. Another Rick. His name is Rick too, from Walking Dead. So Rick from The Walking Dead probably does something like Neo. And guess what? He does. Rick is always on the run, right? From zombies and agents. He's always fighting. And he's always drafting plans, right? So at some point, when you know enough information, you're trying to get a character so that you can take advantage of your research. But it's very different when you go the other way around. I think that's kind of one of the downsides about like internet. If you have a pool, oh, we can use Venn diagrams, right? If gotcha A, if this is your gotcha A knowledge, right? And then maybe we'll represent Kevin's pool. And this is Yoshi. And the only part that you changed was a name swap, right? Then your memory is related to this at the beginning. Now, what you're hoping is that the goal you're hoping for is that when you change the name, you're hoping that it's this. Where this is Gotcha A, and this is Yoshi. And you're hoping this part is just the name. And that most of his mnemonics, most of Kevin's mnemonics, will remind you of Gotcha A. So then all of that information that you have has value, right? And that probably will. It'll still be greater than this. Like, it'll still be greater than this. So in no way am I saying you shouldn't change the name if you're having problems. Like, if you don't know anything about the character, you should change the name of the character. Now the question is, how are you improving it? What's its function? I kind of just went maybe like 300% in the other direction. The goal is that you're not relying, if you combine certain things, you're not relying on the idea that it could be this, it could be this, right? It could be right on top of each other. So one way you can do certain things is understand the system, right? Understand the system, whatever Kevin wrote. And then now you're looking for a character that will overlap the most with Kevin's information. And that will give you a lot of research points. The idea is that you don't necessarily have to go and change something and then rely on chance for it. A language learning app site where you get the colored parts you need to make your own mnemonic with, but drag and type around or even edit the block and change everything would be cool. There is one. There is one. I forgot what it's called, but that's the Anki approach to things. That's someone who knows what they're looking for. So there is already one for that. I forgot what it's called though. I think it's like Dream Chinese? No. But they do exist. And if you think that would be cool and is useful for you, I will tell you now that if I had to take a guess, like let's take a guess. If you think this is going to take too long and this is exhausting, the thing you are describing is Anki. But I'm not saying it's Anki. There's actually a competing product that gives you building blocks to build mnemonics from step one. Like there is one. I don't remember, but in the forums, a lot of people would compare these two often, so you can probably find it. Now, hear me out. If you don't understand the function of these things, and then you use, it's cool, but you do not have the willpower to write own mnemonics for everything. Exactly. You're supposed to, like, That's exactly what T-Mob is what I'm getting to. You're supposed to do as much as you need, not all in. So you're going from like all something and all another thing when it's a balance, right? It's a balance. Now, if you want to do that, what is the one thing you need first, though? In my opinion, you need something before you use a tool that gives you everything, like gives you all the flexibility. It's something we just spent the last 3 hours talking about. You need to understand the function of all these things. Like if you don't understand the function of all these things, a tool that gives you all the flexibility, how much value are you going to get out of it? So like, for example, if you start someone with Anki and they're like, oh, here you go. We gave you all the tools to make anything you ever wish as a flashcard. Go ahead. Go ahead. Like, what do you mean all the tools? Like, I don't know where to start. Like, I don't even know what a mnemonic looks like. Like, wait, what does a flashcard look like? Do I like put the correct answer in the front, or do I put the correct answer in the back? Should I put like the kanji in one of these decks, or should I separate the English parts with each other? Or what? That's what we did. We did Anki part 1. You asked me all the steps, and yet all the steps are here. Like, what I mean is, if there's any way for someone to demonstrate to me that they are still learning, like, it's not bad or good because it's a learning experience. How do you know if someone can use a tool that gives all the flexibility in the world? Like, you get all the flexibility and you can build it. Well, it will only be successful if the person knows how to use the tool for their function, right? So when you're looking at this product and I'm asking you, how does this product work? Like, what are the parts? What are the moving parts? Like, what is the function of this character? What is the function of this position? Then when you have like a tool, like a learning app site that tells you like, oh, you can create your own mnemonics, you'll learn the different parts of the mnemonics. You're hoping for it, right? So that tool will be excellent at giving you understanding of how to create your own mnemonics. That is assuming that you will learn how mnemonics work and the functions work. Now, a lot of times, the most common thing that you've asked of me, Mika, is to explain something. Right? To explain something. And oftentimes you want examples. You have 10,000 plus examples on Kevin's HanziHero product. But when I ask, do you understand what the function of those parts are? It's not clear to me. It's not clear to me that you understand the function of the products. You understand the information. Like, what I mean is, this is like what I would account for vibe coding. Vibe coding is, I know it's a low-hanging fruit, guys. I'm sorry, but vibe coding. You can look at results. You can produce results. Produce and construct results. But you would not understand any of the function of what was produced. Right? And that's kind of what the internet does really well. Internet gives you results, but now the goal is, do you understand what the parts do? If you do, then yes, by all means, go to a tool that explains less, use less examples, forces you to learn something or make something work, and then hope that whatever you're currently doing is good enough. And that's kind of how I feel about Anki. Like, when someone says, what is the first step you do to learn Japanese? Go to Anki, download the 2K deck, and go at it. And then they'll discover later that, okay, so now I have these 2K kanji. Now where do I go from there? And they'll swim in the desert, and then they'll find like, oh, some people say, oh, I will start reading books by the time I get to like 1,000 characters. Like, what kind of books would I read? Like, well, I read these books. And I'm like, but I don't like these books. I can't relate to them. I don't know anything about the books. And like, well, that's the point. You need to learn and research those books and use them, right? And the cycle continues. So the idea is, are you looking at the results, or are you looking at how they function? Because if I'm looking at words, I'm also thinking about how they fit into sentences, not necessarily whether the tool says it is or not. I'm connecting the things. So here, one of the functions is the reason why at least in my opinion, why I understand what I need to rewrite and what I need to function is because I'm asking what it functions for me. Not the same as you. Like, for example, I'm asking you these questions because I don't actually know. So, and then I try to explain the best I can the way I think about it. Right? Like, for me, I'm trying to understand you. So I could get it all wrong. Like, Mika, the side here is that I can be completely wrong about the many things you talk about. It's through the process, at least in my opinion, encouraging other people to constantly refine the way they explain things. We talked about this earlier. Our most recent topic was how to explain things, right? Using higher language, higher and then going lower to explain like things, concepts of function and whatnot. And for me, the thing is, hear me out. Why did Kevin choose Neo? Right? Kevin chose Neo because it was appropriate for his mnemonic. So when you think about Neo, how do you get to know Neo if you don't know who Neo is? Through his mnemonic. His mnemonic will allow you to... You still didn't totally understand how you cut your apple, by the way. Of course you won't. The idea is you're gonna rely on it in intuition, right? So here's the apple thing, right? You drew a top-down apple. You drew a top-down apple, right? So you make a slice. This is slice 1, right? Then you're gonna place it flat, right? The apple will look like this from a cross-sectional standpoint, right? And then the core would be right here, right? The core is going through here. So then you make a slice down here, right? The one that requires the least amount of rotations is you would make a slice across here too. And then what you left is you turn this over here, and then you have a core on the table. And then you slice here. This is 4, 3, or 2, 3. That's your top diagram. But you decided to use the same orientation to draw those things. So technically, you're cutting this, and you're turning it. So you're technically, this is the second cut. This is the third cut. And this is the fourth cut. That's the top diagram that you drew. Now, the one that was rotating, the one that you drew that dealt with cutting the core and it looks like it's rotating around like this, it would look like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So when you make the first cut, then you put it down. So the core would be right here, right? Then you make the first cut, which then you make the second cut, which is 2. Then you have to rotate this thing 90 degrees. And then you're making this cut here. That's 3. And then you rotate again. And then you're making this cut. That's what you get from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when we have to explain all the steps with the hands and stuff, that's when it gets confusing. Like, how do you, then which way do you rotate? Which way do you, I get it, because that's not how like humans interact. Like, how do you cut an apple, right? This way is dangerous, because imagine if your hand is holding the apple here, this is the contact point for the hand, and your knife is coming in over here. Where are you holding? You're holding at this edge. And then if you're cutting over here, right? If you're cutting over here, then you can hold up here. So you would have to rotate. So the rotating one would be a little bit more useful, because you can keep arranging it so that it's over here, right? Like when you make this cut, then you're going to rotate. So the apple is going to look like this. Then you make the cut. This is 3. And then you rotate again. And then you make a cut. And this is 4. So you're doing cut, rotate, cut, rotate, cut, rotate. But you're making 2 90-degree rotations. So it's like harder, obviously, on a 2D plane. The idea is like the cutting situation. And obviously, another way to do that is to break out an apple. And then doing it yourself, and I don't have an apple, right? But you can try and do it and see if it comes up. It might not actually be accurate, because I'm not great at 3-dimensional spacing. There might be like, you might need to rotate something different here. The idea, these should be pointed this way probably, or so all of these are, what I drew is for left-hander. This would be a left-hand guy. I'm not left-handed. I just happen to draw it to the left side. But if you rotate all of these things, if you mirror all these to the right, then it'd be a right-handed person, because you have to hold the apple on the larger flat side of things, so that you can like knife down on it. So typically, if your knife is coming from this direction, then your cutting hand is your left hand. If you're coming from the right hand, your cutting hand is your right hand. So the thing you're sticking out that you're cutting is always the dominant hand. So if you're still up in the air about the cutting thing, yeah, it's probably similar. But the cool blog dragging. Okay, it's almost midnight, so you're gonna go attempt to maintain your inconsistent sleep schedule now. Maybe Anki Part 2 someday. Maybe for CS term memorization or something. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna now continue. Minus Seth's inane
因
attempt to make commentary. All right. Yoshi. Ying, does that look like Ying? Birdman. Birdman does. Being like goose, but that's Yin. Yen. Or no, it is Ying. No, Yen. Yeah, Yen. Still a bird though. Okay, Yoshi is in front of the English Manor, where he finds a shack in front of the English Manor. Okay, built on the Immaculate Lawn. Out from it comes Birdman, who has a bird on his shoulder. Sure. Before Yoshi can do anything, Birdman makes his Hulk charge at him. Yoshi has no choice but to throw an egg at it before it strikes him. I guess Birdman is Hulkish when it comes to... Ooh. Let's not try to use Hulk figuratively. Okay. So yeah, Yoshi is in front of the English Manor, where he is trying to be a helpful dino. the rich kids or the rich people in the manor hired a birdman to take care of their birds and Yoshi. Most of the birds, Yoshi and the birds, which are mostly hawks, play around the shack that the birds are housed in by the local birdman. Okay. Pets. Mao头鹰. Oh, 猫头鹰, yeah. Owl. 老鹰 eagle. Huh. Interesting. Okay.
鹰
Alright, let's see if I remember any of these. Here we go.
喜
This would be the uncle special container. Silent. Ice. Zombie. Who's avoiding congeal? And who's trying to congeal things? It's probably Jimmy Neutron. We'll come back to it.
鹰
Harmonica? Harmonica, soil, spray. Probably Tom. Probably basement. Not sure if it's beach house. Probably not. Oh, no, it is beach house. Okay. And then zombie and ice. It's congeal. Don't know what type of congealing it is. It was also Neo. There's no manor. We need a English manor here. So Neo is inside the manor where he is he was ambushed by the rich man, which happened to be Agent Smith in disguise. Agent Smith then what do we do? Like Agent Smith then called up zombies to attack Neo. He then manipulated the water from the nearby fountain in the lobby. Maybe like the decorative fountain. The lobby. And congeal the zombies in place by hardening the water into ice. Okay. And then so it's not that.
拧
This is, how did the harmonica work? Harmonica was spray in the dirt. It was Jerry playing on top of it. It's probably too.
涂
And Jerry on top of bunch of dirt, spraying. It's dealing with the spray. I don't know. Smear. Okay, hold up. That might not be the greatest with the spray. Oh, because he was spray painting. And we're gonna use mud instead. So Tom is inside the house where finds himself buried under a pile of soil with Gary playing the harmonica. Smearing mud, spraying soil and bearing with it. Okay. This is neat.
你
Yeah. Okay. All right. I am probably no. We can do all. Sure. Let's see our freebies. I don't think so. Okay.
像
This can't be rubber, right? It's rubber. Rubber tree anyway. It's gone. Flower. What is that foot thing supposed to be? Did I ever change the lid? Oh, this is probably... Oh, no, it's not. Huh.
性 训练
I'm just gonna wing in that one. Okay.
熏
Fragrance.
就
Dang it.
« 蓝
Okay.
屁
How do I bar away? Like, keep out of the way, or maybe just out of the way? Okay.
逃 雀 磨 颠
How do is this? Oh no, it's not.
训
Say what? Probably Guan.
关舵
What the whirlpool is that? I have no idea what that is. Okay, so it's definitely a bunker. Bunker with hog. Like account or evidence, probably evidence. Why do I think this might be like why?
怀
Of course it's why. And it's why? No. Huh. Wind and snot. Fun? Oh no. What? Okay.
扭
Not twist. Can't quite get it right now.
勾 风
Oh heck, it's feng.
what does that have to do with snot? Man. Wind. Okay. Kind of weak. Pretty weak. Oh, this is
书
uh-oh. Not comb.
始长
The clown doing with... It's not a clown, because clown is straight up. Okay. Not scarce. Not scarce. Or sparse. Sparse. So what did the clown do with the silk? I thought it was dealing with like a... No, oh man. It's fine. Knob was third.
凑
Probably like gathered together as opposed to all together. That's fine.
狭
Horse. Okay. So I'm guessing this might be...
正
No, yep, it's evidence. Okay. Yeah, novice. Wait, I think I'm gonna agree to find this. Right? Not enough of silk and clown to get to knob. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I have to think about it. Okay.
信
Uh, restraint coral. Hmm. I use as if. I don't know what else I could have used it as. Oh, outstanding. Outstanding. Oh, that is not the correct one. Did I say?
Right, it's not sparse. Not hub. You got the floaty and the flowers. Oh. Is this vegetables? This is probably vegetables. Okay. Hmm.
科
What? I thought this was. Oh no, it's not. Huh.
产
Not berry. Something to do with berry.
沙 稻 玉
Hmm? Abundant.
火 井
Double.
书
Oh no. So that's. Okay, that's nowhere near what I think it is. So let's rethink that. What? Capsule. And then why? Oh, that's to pace back and forth. Oh no. Oh, that's kun. Okay.
山 热
Heck. Ooh, that's weak.
杂
Very weak.
糖肯
What? Yo, what? Earnest. Fair enough. Sincere earnest. What the mountain goat and a stork? Oh no, that's a clay pot.
罐
Man, I really thought that was... Oh, I think I know what it is. Was this the one? Did I use outstanding for this?
What does that have to do with silk? Oh.
错
Okay, so what happened here? I really thought it was like... Oh, man. What's going on? Okay. Gotta think
住
more. YOLO? Okay.
浅
Announce this. Oh, okay. Oh, that's Chang.
至 沙 缩 雨
Okay. Cover that.
至
And it's gone. Okay. Oh man, shut. Now this one was elaborate. Wasn't that great either? Oh, I was like king. Oh, really? Oh no, it's yin.
垂 韵
Yun, not yin. Yun. Yin. Accumulate. YOLO.
万
Okay.
藏
What? Barrel and tree? Wind barrels? YOLO. Okay. That didn't work. Alright. What's going on here? Well, I'm certainly not using easy, right? Oh, yeah.
习 电
YOLO?
副
Uh-oh. Vice. Or deputy.
设
Yo, what? Oh, I think we modified this too. Nope. Something about keep on complaining and long-winded. Okay. The armory again? Ooh. What's going on there?
陈免
Huh? The heck? Oh.
管
Oh no, that's not. Wait, that's something else. Barrel. Barrel. How's this not it? I don't think it's no. No dice.
虚 枪
Choke. Probably choke. Okay.
急
Or building. Just building is fine. Okay. Say what? Okay. Where does the Wait. Actually, oh, what was I going for there?
户
Why would I type that?
破
Dang, I just went for it and it didn't work. Dang. I'm going for something there. Okay. What does this mean? Okay. Oh. Meaning. No. Okay. Okay. it's not male. Not that either. I thought it was that, but it's not that. Oh, I mean, how do I say? Oh. What? Trin? Oh, skirt. That's fine. Wait, actually, is that fine?
裙
Ching. Not really. I think we're gonna skirt. Man, I really thought this was chi. Yeah. Chair. Heck. Did I not type ye? Let's go change up chair.
이
，That's kind of disappointing. Those last two are pretty disappointing. All right. 92. Here we go. Way over time. All right.
罐子
这个罐子里面装满了水。
粽子
粽子是用糯米做的。
发酵
这块面包需要发酵。
This is Fei when. Okay. And Scandal, right? Scandal. That doesn't track. Does it? No. What the heck?
赌窟
他们在赌窟里赌博。
肉粽
这里的肉粽很好吃。
亲戚
我们去拜访一位亲戚。
枪毙
他们在清晨枪毙了叛徒。
大腕
这是体育界最有名的大腕。
What? Fei what? Fei. Oh, Fei red. Excuse me.
寡妇
那位寡妇有2个孩子。
No. Doesn't track at all.
绯闻
他们否认了绯闻。
辫子
我们带了一张垫子去野餐。
鼻垫，
这副眼镜的鼻垫很舒适。
Heck? Oh. Oh my goodness. I convert that into the wrong thing.
颤抖，
他紧张的全身都在颤抖。
背叛，
我们永远不会背叛彼此。
It's backstab. Or betray. Backstab is fine. Kind of closer to the spirit of it.
沐浴，
他每天早上都会沐浴。
偷窥，
他发现有人偷窥他。
手锯，
他用手锯锯了几根木材。
赔偿，
我们要求赔偿。
Or compensate. Compensate's fine too.
大鹏，
大鹏是一种传说中的鸟。
Man, I really thought that was Villa. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is Villa, right? Sure, yeah, okay. I accidentally added an I. Excuse me.
勘察，
这家公司从事油田勘察工作。
Compensation, sure. Nope. Feels bad, man. Yeah. Oh, is it no G? No? No. What am I thinking of? I don't know what that is. Oh boy.
徐徐，
白云在天空中徐徐游动。
不可理什么？不可理喻。
不可理喻，
有些人在网络上说话很不可理喻。
粗糙，
这条毛巾用起来感觉很粗糙。
Something is missed.
起床，
我早上7点起床。
Something is very amiss there. What? They. Ooh. Oops. 敷衍。
别墅，
我不想离开这座别墅。
Say what? Oh, two.
刺绣，
刺绣需要很多耐心和技巧。
Okay.
屠宰场，
这里有一座屠宰场。
So what's going on here? I thought the spike was. Oh no, wait. Oh, it's probably like. Oh no, wait. It's ding done. Which is what?
敷衍，
他的回答听起来很敷衍。
Or like developed or profound. Okay. Oh no, wait. This is apply to develop, but it's perfunctory. I don't know how we're gonna do about this in a less engaging way. It's opposite. Opposite. I'm not sure we're gonna get perfunctory in the future.
迷信，
他们的家庭非常迷信。
Or 迷信. Oh no, superstitious. Superstition. I was way off the mark. My first thought. Whoops. 木七灵. Yeah, 木七灵. Oh no, 木斯灵.
十几，
我拍了10几张照片。
Or like got more than 10, like 10 plus over some amount.
糙米，
糙米比白米更有营养。
Pretty sure. Position. Can't spell, but that's fine. What in the world is that? Dongban Xi. Oh.
东奔西走，
他为了找工作东奔西走。
穆斯林，
穆斯林每天都祈祷。
Heck? Oh.
旷野，
他喜欢在旷野中散步。
胸膛，
他把手放在胸膛上。
Wait. What? How does that work? Or is it oh, hey die. Wait. No, that's not how that works. What happened there? Oh no, Faye, Bay, oh yeah, Bay, yeah. It's despicable or something, so... Where is he doing... Oh no, it's B. Baby.
衣橱，
我需要一个大衣橱。
订单，
接到订单后30分钟后会送达。
安检，
在进入大型活动时，大家都需要接受安检。
Like examination, security check. Okay. Security checks. Good. I was thinking like search.
红壤，
农夫在红壤上种植甘蔗。
瓶颈，
交通瓶颈，
目力，
他的目力非常好。
This is B. Probably Fei B. What? Hold up. No, it's Fei. Bay. Oh my gosh. I wrote Fei instead of Bay. It's fine. Baby, and then I typed Faby. Yeah, there was no other. Ooh, I think I need a... Oh no, Fei Shu. Yo, what?
胸腔，
他的胸腔伤口已经愈合。
So what's going on here? I think that's party. Then the right thing is, what is happening there? Oh.
党魁，
这位党魁总是自以为是。
范畴论，
范畴论，
我想学习更多关于范畴论的知识。
卑鄙，
我觉得他的行为很卑鄙。
low, despicable, etc. I can't spell despicable. Feels bad, man. My English is gone. Everything's gone.
尴尬，
回答这个问题让我尴尬。
This means awkward. Okay. Sure. 什么是？ Got the pew pew. This is 一个 something 时的刑罚 Oh, it's probably like 临时
临时，
这是一个临时的想法。
想法 Last minute, yeah. Last minute overlook. Okay,
艺品，
当代艺术家的艺品。
废墟，
战争过后，城市变成了废墟。
要what the I lost it.
Yep, I lost it. Okay. That kind of stinks. What happened here? Oh, Shen Sheng. This is like the rule of law thing. So Ji. Okay. Oh no, wait. Yeah, political accomplishments, not rule of law. What am I doing? I'm thinking of Zhi. That's why I was thinking Zhi. Is this Han or Shou? Or is it Shan? Or is this supposed to be Sha? Yes. No. Wait. No. What am I looking at? That's supposed to be I have no idea.
正畸，
这是他最伟大的政绩。
True. Okay. All right.
神圣，
神圣的仪式在庙里进行。
Or like super god, sacred, divine, reverence, not quite divine or holy, not quite.
“古籍”，
他有一个古籍收藏。
闭幕式，
我们一起看了闭幕式。
手腕，
他的手腕好小啊。
妖精，
妖精施展魔法，帮助了英雄。
妖精 Oh, fairy.
暑期，
暑期天气炎热。
功能，
胃的功能是消化食物。
胃的功能 like things like accomplishment functions. 功能 Oh, capability is the good word. Capability. That's a good. cycle through capability, and I was like,
食宿
食宿包括在内吗？
中 with an H? 中心
中心
不要小看狗的忠心。
What? Say what? 这家店卖高什么 furniture 家具高哦 how do I mention this? It's probably Gaodang. Oh, is it? All files high end? Oh, high end. Just high end is. I was gonna say ritzy.
Gaodang
I don't know what the crown and the table is. 老师的说明有点 long, like long-winded, or maybe no. Or like I think the crown and table is gonna need a help. I don't think that there's a chance.
示弱
他坚决不示弱。
What? Oh. Maybe like a piece of writing. Go with writing. Or like a Word document. Something makes me want to think it's Kong, but that doesn't right. Crown and table. No, I don't think there's a chance for this. Superfluous. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm nowhere near superfluous. Wrong. Oh, superfluous. Of course, it's over. Oh, 4 characters. But it's long-winded. It means long-winded though. Disappointing. Nope. Don't know what that is yet. What? Hmm.
花纹
这条衣服上有美丽的花纹。
It's a decorative pattern thing. Yeah.
长 朝廷，
他是朝廷的大臣。
Or like imperial court, royal court, dynastic.
姓氏，
他的姓氏是王。
Why do I think it's Fin? Oh, okay, it's not. Probably Tian. Okay. I'm getting Tiao and Tian a little too loose. Yao Qing. Yao Qing.
邀请，
你为什么不邀请他？
Or greet. Yes, greet is better there.
冗长，
老师的说明有点冗长。
知名，
他的知名度很高。
Or like famous. Okay. Fine. Not quite. It's the full phrase. Not quite. What in the world? Oh, wrong tone there.
大陆，
你去过中国大陆吗？
Like mainland, mainland, not road.
魔鬼，
你相信魔鬼吗？
荆棘，
穿过荆棘需要穿厚厚的衣服。
I think it's Kai, but it's not. Did I use? Yeah. And how did I do counterpart? Harm, right? Okay. Alright. Right on that. Oh. What is that?
浏览，
我喜欢在网上浏览新闻。
Violan.
文件，
这些文件要收存好。
淘米，
他用冷水淘米，然后煮饭。
Okay, I see.
哎呀，
哎呀，你怎么这么不小心？
It's just Aya. Let's just settle with that. Don't really need more than that.
肿瘤，
医生发现了一个肿瘤。
It's a tumor. What? Oh, Jiang, not Jiang. Jiang.
靠拢，
孩子们靠拢在老师身边。
踊跃，
学生们在礼堂里踊跃欢呼。
分割，
我们用线把房间分割成2部分。
It's the separate or cut apart. I guess there is some level of cutting in there. Dividing is separating. Okay. What?
新颖，
这个设计非常新颖。
摇撼，
地震强烈的摇撼了这座城市。
What? Oh. How do I do that? Is it all? Oh no.
民俗，
保护民俗是我们的责任。
I like tradition, folk customs. This took a bit. And why? Oh, it's because it's a pivot.
镶嵌，
戒指上镶嵌了1颗钻石。
Oh, wrong tone. The heck? What in the world is...我们应该 something 开边键。
抛开，
我们应该抛开偏见。
Or like get rid of, cast aside. Not really get rid of, but more like move it all. put it along, sideline it.
胜仗，
胜仗给了我们信心和希望。
魏超，
他被抓到使用伪钞。
省吃俭用，
为了学费，他必须省吃俭用。
不锈钢，
不锈钢，
这把刀是不锈钢做的。
What？
抵御，
这座城市抵御了入侵者。
That seems okay.
遣返，
这些人员将在下周被遣返。
Like to return, repatriate, yeah, to return to a place. Oh, but it does deal with a person. The heck? Oh, that sucks.
御寒，
火炉能帮助御寒。
I think there's a little bit of a mix-up, but it's serving. Yeah, serving the army. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
撼天动地，
这场比赛的结果撼天动地，出乎意料。
兵役，
他已经完成了兵役。
Like military service, serve the military. Okay. Or the army. Alright. Okay. Alright. Chain gang. What do we have here? Ying. Wait.
can't see what's in the middle of that. That squire. I don't know where the location is. I want to say it's Jiang. Okay. Holy stuff. The hare, the rabbit. 네. 빵. 샹. 롱. Nope. Jian. Ning. Gu. Ji. E. Okay. 투용.鸽子. Guo, can't read that. I'm gonna say 国徽, probably. 面子.旗柱. Liu Chuang. Okay. All right. Quick. Yoshi in front of English Manor, hanging out with the Burbs, the Hulks, right? With the at the shack, all the Burbs. And the Birdman. Okay. We got Zelda. Zelda, basement, pawn shop. Saw a bunch of into a bunch of cavemen.
Accumulated a bunch of shellfish. Use our fingers. Use our fingers to point and communicate. Trade for accumulated goods in the pawn shop, secondhand goods. Altar, basement, beach house, trying to calculate the best latitude. Make his product. And does this by combining a tan hide. This is not great. Tan hide and sieving it through some silk, maybe? I don't know how I'm gonna do this one way. Some sort of experiment with silk and hide. Create to determine the right latitude. Zelda, front of chapel. Sequestering a bunch of shellfish with the local squire. I don't remember what the middle of the squire is. By recollecting church stolen goods from the chapel. Charlie Brown, front of pawn shop. This is where we do the found a rabbit, took it into his arms, try to be delicate with his fingers and using a dagger to cut up some food, I guess. Try to feed it. Okay. Neo, basement, house. Being trapped. More zombies. What was zombies? That. This. Arrow. And. What? Yeah. Something like that. Zombie. They drafted a plan to teach himself how to use his fingers to handle all the zombies. Okay, Bart, bathroom, chapel. Once again, contending, compromising with the sea captain. This time he's trading in, bribing the sea captain with some metal, sterling pounds. Shrek, bathroom, pawn shop. It's being hired for some shellfish. Take a dagger and instruct it. Instructed something about prepping the fins. Oh, to help support prepping the fins. That one's weak. Legolas inside the temple. Transporting a special mobile container. Or then The goods are buried on the hills underneath statue of the alien foreman. A hole underneath. Jimmy Neutron, front of pawn shop, running away from a chain gang. How does chain gang work? You have conga line, prisoner, and then a halberd. Chain gang try to use some mechanical skeletons, try to delay them. How does this work? And what happens? Oh, you use mechanical, maybe like metal skeletons to annihilate the chain gang. Okay. Unintentionally. Neo inside the English Manor. Confronted once again by Agent Smith. Find himself the opposite ends. Zombies, Zambonis. This time, he water bends the water from the neighboring fountain and then use that to congeal and lock the zombies in place with ice. Okay. Now what do we have? Tom inside the house. Fortunately, Tom found himself under a pile of soil as wet and muddy with spray as Jerry is celebrating his victory, blowing on a harmonica. Is it Barry though? It's not Barry, is it? Something else. I can't actually see it. Smear, dang it. Yeah, Smear and what do we have? I think Smear and Wei is gonna be rough. No, Xiang is gonna be rough. Smear with mud smeared all over him, I guess. Soil smeared all of him. Alright. Then we got Jimmy Neutron inside the house where he's collaborating with his uncle. I think that's just a stool. Uncle on designing a special silent container to trap special specimens. Alright, Neil or Knob. Neil. What the knob? Oh. Is it? Oops. I think there might... No. There are 2 strokes? No, I think that's fine. No. This reminds me of Button. Button stinks too. Button and Knob. Chen is disappointing. Yeah. Tring. I thought of pants as opposed to skirt. Feels bad, man. Ants have a shack. Or is it a cliff? I guess we'll find out. Skirt. I could not figure it out. Chair on occasion. And wrong is rough. Okay. Superfluous. Or like extra. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna get, you know, Knob is actually kind of weird too, right? Because Knob is not related to any of the others either. I think it's more of a knot than anything. I guess you can twist into. Oh my goodness, Neil is button as well. Dang. Okay, we can do the twisty thing. So Neo is in the basement of the bakery, where he is trying to create knobs of pastry. Twisting by twisting pastry through twisting and pulling. The knobs, so they are silky, smooth, and thin. Oh no, he suddenly he was ambushed by a clown, which was Agent Smith under disguise. He reacted by twisting all pastry to large knobs and sending them flying at the clown. I don't know. Ugh. Okay. Twin is old. Ching is old, so we can do something about that. And actually, we can probably change it into a monarch. Instead of using rake. Or a crowd. So Quasimodo by the infirmary, where he trying to understand the rules of the outside world. Is helping, trying to help with patients. Doctors. He noticed that monarchs required that the infirmary have doctors wearing suits and jackets, while nurses wear skirts, I guess. The rules, the crowd. All right. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Let's try. Yoshi is in the basement. House. Where he is trying to inappropriate chair tree for Mario. He managed saw some wooden barrels. Thought it looked like a chair. That it was fun to sit and rest inside the wooden barrel. Okay. Rely on. Oh, that's why I typed E. Wait, I didn't type E because of rely on? Dang. Disappointing. Hoang is not disappointing. And it's gonna be linked with it has J. So crowns. Okay. So Robin Hood is the basement of something where he has return to throw to give away all the superfluous wealth that he stole from the rich to the table for the monks to distribute. Get necessities. Stole from the rich, from the crown, rich, and table. Okay, try it. Maybe like, maybe stole. Maybe give away a table full of all this person stole from the ground. Okay. Okay. to redistribute the wealth, the superfluous wealth of the crown. Okay. Okie dokie. Good enough for today. Good enough. Alright, anyways. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up a HanziHero for yourself. Give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss. We had a conversation today, largely about grilling the process versus results, and maybe like top it off with an asinine comment at the end. But anyways, you're always welcome, right? We can talk deeply about things. Usually most of the stuff deals with the idea of learning. Unfortunately, in my opinion, sometimes there are limitations, right? Limitations to communication. So spending a lot of time trying to iterate on it and expand on it is always a great exercise for all the parties involved. Mileage may vary, obviously. You can have people continuing to make low effort attempts for growth or understanding or development, and then there are mutual times when people kind of work through all their miscommunications. The stuff that we talked about is kind of like also off stream. I've had a running dialogue for quite some time regarding trying to expand different ways of using the privilege that I have now, where I interact with a couple people who are at like different stages of their education, where I can like pick their brains, challenge their notions to come up with a potential thing in the future, because I'm in the process of writing up some stuff. Maybe in another 3 or 4 years we can write up something that deals with perhaps something that will not be a problem in the future, but largely it deals with the idea of how to complement and expand one's options when it comes to learning and integrating information. And usually the main goal is to try to strive for contentment, right? Satisfactory performance. I think oftentimes it's kind of like trying to be more forward in a way, because I think nowadays it's not a nurturing or a coddling personality that can really promote a significant difference in people if you want to compete with other strong-armed methods. And what I mean by the methods is oftentimes when it comes to critical thinking and problem solving skills and whatnot, it's often drowned by comments, people talking at each other, which happens on a daily basis, honestly, as opposed to talking with and for a longer duration of time. Usually you make a comment, it's pretty asinine, it's like unrelated, and somehow that gives that person a purpose. I want to elevate that purpose if it's possible. And lately in the I'm gonna see what I think there's gonna be a demand personally for material and skill set that involves the human experience. I think right now we're in the precipice of a incredible retrieval from human experiences and human skills. So we'll see how it goes in the next in the next few years. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work towards that. So the more we can delve into and exchange ideas involving the human experience, like logical thinking, functional analyses, comparative, like even comparative analyses, you know, compare and contrast, trying to align performance, self-evaluation, self-study abilities, because that is no longer the social norm. I think that there's a vast majority of people who can now spend most of their lives, even in their early years of their lives, with in my opinion, a lack of human oversight. So there's rarely any human judgment in many things, whether that's good or bad. Obviously, the ones that are fear of human judgment or human feedback are often, they can rationalize it by saying, well, humans, you can look at all the bad actors for human judgment, and that's a perfectly fair argument. But when you're using human judgment, there's also all human judgment that can be beneficial. So looking at the glass half empty is often the rationale nowadays for any form of objective machine that can replace the human experience. While the objective machine can produce a lot of information, it does not, you can attempt to, which I could be completely mistaken, and in another 4 years entirely mirror the human experience. But for now, speaking with other people who rely dramatically on explicit information and mechanical information at that, or propagation of information like, hey, I'm just going to make this comment because it's funny, without understanding its intent or its function in a communication, that's usually the social norm now, which I welcome. I make note of it and use them as examples. And for anyone who's not interested in that and wants something different, that's kind of what we're working towards. I do anticipate that in the next decade or two, I will probably commit most of this type of experimental discussions online, on stream, and kind of try to create something that would be a little bit more offering options, defining solutions to things, but not emphasizing the idealistic nature of an unfeeling objectivity. Like, oh, hey, millions of these people do this, so it must be right. Like, well, millions of people do this, but do you understand what they did or why they think it's right? Because it could be 999,000 of them who simply trust 10 people, and those 10 people derived all their things from one machine. That's kind of like it's an exaggeration, obviously. However, human oversight is kind of the checks and balance of all of these tools right now. I don't honestly envy, nor really, I kind of sympathize, maybe a little bit pity, everyone who's like setting up in the tech industry, right? Like the technologies development, like software, computer engineering, because right now there's this incredibly noticeable trend of individuals hyper managing and then undercutting everyone else. So the idea is you have, I would say, not 7 out of 10 people that are still in education right now is facing the question of what would happen when they get their degrees later, like later down, a couple years down the line. And the concern I have is those individuals, when they're learning and trying to develop their career, it's incredibly dependent on something that's replaceable, like incredibly replaceable. In fact, sometimes I would say many of them are working towards a technology that is going to kind of support the idea of replacing their skill set, as opposed to like the things that are not replaceable. Gaining human experience, right? Troubleshooting, problem solving, oversights, consultation. That deals with the higher executive managerial positions as well. And that's kind of where I'm addressing all of these things. I think it doesn't necessarily start at the technology and like results and objectives and whatnot. It starts at the thinking process, the mindset. Because if there's anything that is hard to substitute for right now, would be human ingenuity and the human experience. Sometimes I feel like 90% of the time someone makes a comment, but you might as well replace it with a chatbot. That's how much I feel like if I had to think about it, the interactions are incredibly homogeneous and they propagate without any form of feedback or interaction. Sometimes it's very difficult to know if it is a chatbot, honestly. So I hope that's not gonna remain the reality in the future. Like, this is a sobering thought. Here's a sobering thought. There have been, and these are case studies, there have been case studies where when you give a archetypical like interaction to someone, and even if it's a machine, right? Actually, the show Humans, which got canceled unfortunately a few years back, it demonstrates this. When younger people, especially kids, live and interact in a way that is displayed over and over again, they can mirror those actions without understanding the function or the meaning behind those actions. And today was what I was emphasizing. Like mechanically, I tried my best to understand what it is that they would gain from an action. However, it doesn't explain whether what they think they're doing lines up with the results, or how they would evaluate if the results are working, without the indicator of something else telling them that it's working. So for example, changing the name, right? Changing the name of a mnemonic device in a modular system. My question was, what do you think the function of that is for you as a human being? And oftentimes it's very nebulous, right? It's consistently nebulous. Like, oh, well, I think it's more familiar. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure how familiar. Can you explain to me how familiar leads to the function of either improving your memory of the things or making things more distinguishable? Because sometimes things are less distinguishable with more detail. They might actually become more similar. So all this stuff is possible things you have to take note of. And it's not whether it is happening or it is not happening. I think the most important thing is, are you tracking these things, right? Are you noticing these things? I think that's what makes human oversight exceptional. Humans have perceptions and they're underutilized right now. I think ultimately right now when it comes to communication, it's going by the wayside. Like, you can definitely tell, in my opinion, who doesn't speak or communicate or even have deeper discussions with other people, and then who don't. And then where it's trivialized, like online or something, you oftentimes, I'm not even entirely sure if they understand what the function of what they're saying is. Like, oh, hey, I'm gonna come in and type 67. I'm like, okay. What do you want me to tell? What do you want to tell me about that? Right? And it could be my selective bias and what my position is, but I genuinely feel like there is a decreased interest in consistently thinking for yourself. There's no agency. right? There's a complete lack of agency. Learning another language can really, how does that relate to learning another language? Learning another language can maybe provide an opportunity to engage in those things again. And today we used the mnemonic device, like the idea of the mnemonic device, the value of research, right? Existing knowledge. Regardless of the large pool of existing knowledge, if it is not relevant, right? It is not relevant to the current task at hand. You can say you own, like for example, you can say you have $1 million, but if those $1 million aren't doing anything, then they don't have any value outside of their collective wealth. So it may feel like you have a lot of knowledge, but without the use of that knowledge, it is very difficult to know if it is worth that much, right? Sometimes some people will argue, it's like, well, $1 million is $1 million. It's like, well, if you save $1 million and the economy collapsed, that paper money is zero, right? So like there's arguments you can make to actualize the value. So whenever I see people make mnemonic devices, in my opinion, at least from my perspective in the last two and a half years, when I'm looking at how other people interact with these, their mnemonic devices are more like mechanical output. So what I mean is they understand what to do. I'm not entirely sure if they understand what's happening, like, or for them, like, what are they gaining from it? So if you change this part, does it make it easier or harder for you? The way they respond would be like, yeah, of course it's easier because of these following reasons. And I'm like, how do you know those following reasons? Like, how do you measure those following reasons? I don't understand how you could do something and not be able to explain what is it that you're changing, like what is it that will result in better performance. And right now, after observing, it's not many, so these are very much case studies, like 5 or 6 people, when they ask me how they address certain things, I walk through with them because they need to be able to explain to me how it goes. Like if you substitute a word for another word, how does that change the function of your memory? Like how does that work? Like where are you gaining the stuff? And oftentimes the thing that I get the most is numbers. I get numbers a lot. Basically, oh, this is more than this, so it has to be better. Or I know more here, so obviously going to something I know more here makes it easier to learn new things. Not if they're not relevant to each other. And that was the main crux of today's discussion, where if you consistently weigh your existing knowledge, then nearly everything you need to learn pales in comparison to the existing pool of knowledge. So for example, if you do artwork, which was a common discussion that we have, this person and I, where they would say, well, I know a lot about this art style, right? So then when someone asks, when a teacher or something instructs them, okay, so can you do these things? And this person has no experience, I don't know, doing that particular thing. And they're like, no, but I'll frame everything around what I already know, right? And that is certainly a way to go about it. However, it can be a rate limiting step to being able to learn something new, right? And that to me is a symptom of net goobers. If you're hyper power user online and you want to acquire a new skill, and sometimes it can go through frustration or lack of progress, it's often due to the nature, at least in my opinion, a great significant contributor to that is trying to stick to the thing that you already know how to do. So you consistently filter for just the thing that is relevant to the thing that you already know how to do. So every new thing is insignificant to your body of knowledge, and that will work. What I have a concern about is it doesn't work fast enough for most of the people that I talk to. They are upset that that process takes a very long time. Like, man, I know this is long, but I wasn't expecting, you know, like this would be a dialogue that I would have. They're like, it takes like 2 years for me to like translate this stuff, and then it will take another 2 years for me to do sentences, like short steps, right? Short methodical steps, and that works. Lots of hard work, lots of iteration. Meanwhile, the stuff that the internet pumps out, when you see other people like they're growing by leaps and bounds and all that stuff, or faster than you, and it creates a frustration. That's kind of where I'm at right now. There are individuals who have great motivation and commitment to explore new topics and commit themselves to assimilating or like extracting those topics. And then there are hyper comfort zone people, which I think it's the majority of people. The way, like the online, at least from who I have met and talked about, they stick with using the same discussion techniques, communication techniques, despite not being able to read the room. So like even me switching up communication styles and whatnot, it's like the same thing. It's a broken record. They would make the same comment, same initiation, and then maybe they're content with it. But certainly if they ever ask me like, oh, hey, like you supported me, right? You know a lot about me. It's like, I know nothing about you. You do the same thing every single day. You show a complete lack of understanding or greater human depth in communication skills. So that sounds very direct, but I have to keep my distance from such people, in my opinion, because they are void of human interactions. They don't grow from stimuli and interacting with people over an extended time. It's the same thing, like crack the same jokes, make the same comment over and over again, like it's a chatbot. Like you can be replaced. You can replace and just say, hey, crack a joke every once a month and in the same vein, and that gives you satisfaction, at least in my opinion, right? Otherwise, I don't see what is the motivation behind doing so. For myself, if I have to say something again, I'll try to say it better or change it up or something. And that's kind of the part that I miss. I feel, and why is this very important to me? I feel like when people are trying to solve their problems, like they're really upset and they're depressed, or their responses rarely ever change. Like it's very difficult to know if there's growth or like some sort of comprehension happening over time. And these things take a very long time. A lot of people are upset about that. Things take a lot of time. Like, oh, you have this problem, you're introverted. How long will it take to become extroverted or like learn how to communicate if you're introverted? Well, the internet can sell you something that will take 6 months, but in reality, that is assuming that you have the initiative, the motivation, the critical thinking skills to make it work, right? It is possible to go leaps and bounds. However, I think oftentimes the people who are selling those things are also preying, in my opinion, or like taking advantage, opportunistic, not necessarily malicious, but opportunistically taking the advantage of people who have skill sets that make them minimize their state of improvement because they are unwilling or maybe just designed and practiced to take small steps, very small steps. And the goal here is, how do we take those small steps, right? How do you encourage someone to take those small steps and be able to make them feel comfortable about it? Because that might be a solution. You can get someone to feel comfortable about small steps. So if, for example, today's demonstration, if changing the name and assuming changing the name of the characters, the initials, without the fundamental understanding of what that name change does to everything else, if that is the first step, then you take that first step and you encourage the person and point out, at least in my opinion, either other people, provide feedback as much as possible. Like, oh, okay, well, this part changes too. What do you think about this part? And you slowly go through the process, right? Okay, the name changes, and now what else can you change? What else can you change? What else can you change? And that's what was going on for like 6 months. We keep changing until the person gives up. And effectively, that person decides to give up, then they hopefully retain some of those lessons and continue with the next thing. Because that's what happened. In fact, I think there are a couple people that are still going, but the success rate, or like serendipity, like through observation or interacting with me directly, I think the rate is like 10% success. Like, so far, all the other people quit whatever they were doing, like be it drawing, language learning, playing a specific video game, keeping a consistent sleep schedule, dieting, socializing, organizing their career or their portfolio. All of them systematically got to a point where they quit because the process was too long. And that's kind of the part that I'm working on. At least what I think I can work on. Not that I'm doing it professionally or anything like that. I would obviously spend tens of years, or like at least another 5 or 7 years to like bring all the things together. It takes a really long time to be effective at doing something. It takes a lot of hours of talking and stuff, and you gotta love it, right? You gotta love it, regardless of how many disappointments along the way. I think disappointment doesn't have to lead to depression or upsetting. It simply means you can do something a little bit better. So that's kind of like the exiting conversation about today. The idea is to consistently challenge and challenge some more. I think if someone pushed back harder with more explicit information, I can't wait. I can't wait. Until then, again, you are more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, or just leave a random comment that is procedurally generated. That's perfectly fine too. You're part of the data. You're part of the experience. So whenever someone comes by and say something patronizing, like I agree with everything you said, without understanding the possibility of any of that context, that's going to be part of all the stories later down the road, right? All of this stuff, write it down, and we're gonna work on it in the next couple of years. All right, folks, and with that, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.